The Revenge of My Youth. My Real Life with a Girl Who Was Too Much of an Angel. Volume 2 by Yuzi Kano. Translated by Sequent and Fragrant FTL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. On the night of the Culture Festival at the Shijoin residence, as the cultural festival's echoes faded into the night, I, Nahama Shinichiro, found myself escorting a girl home for the second time in my life. Nahama-kun, I'm so sorry, the girl beside me, Haruka Shijoin, spoke softly. We're nowhere near my house, and yet you're walking me again. Her beauty was ethereal, as if crafted by divine hands. Her elegant manner and presence evoked the image of a fairy tale princess. From her luminous eyes to her flawless skin and cascading hair, every aspect of her appearance was captivating, leaving a lasting impression on anyone fortunate enough to be in her company. In truth, she's incredibly cute. Even in the darkness, her angelic glow was undeniable. Her attention was focused solely on me, her companion in the night. Walking down the night road with Shijoin-san. In my previous life, that was only a fantasy, but now, this is the second time. It still feels like a dream. I used the term previous life because this was my second chance. I died from overwork in a life full of failures, but through a twist of fate, I woke up back in high school with all my memories intact. It was a shocking, inexplicable experience. I decided to make this life shine brighter. It's my fault we're out so late, I assured her. It's pitch black, so I don't want you to walk alone. I couldn't bear the thought of letting her walk home alone so late, especially knowing it was my fault we were still at school. I'd fallen asleep after the festival, and Shijoin-san had patiently waited for me to wake up. Thank you, she said with a radiant smile. This is our second time walking home together, Nahama-kun. And just like last time, it was so much fun. Her innocent words, punctuated by a bright, almost audible smile, stirred something within me. Her radiant face and genuine warmth had always captivated those around her, but now, her candid charm and open affection resonated with me on a deeper level. I may be keeping my cool on the outside, but my heart's been racing for a while now. This wasn't surprising, though. I'd only recently acknowledged my romantic feelings for Shijoin-san. These feelings, remnants of my lonely high school days, now intensified with every step we took together. If I see Shijoin-san's smile in the morning sun tomorrow, what will become of me? Despite the wisdom and experience of adulthood, being near her ignited a familiar, exhilarating rush. My heart still raced with a youthful fervor whenever I was near her, as if my emotions had been transported back to the exhilarating highs and lows of a high school student. Maybe my lack of romantic experience in my past life is a big part of why I'm feeling so overwhelmed right now. Nahama, you still seem a bit dazed. Are you still waking up, huh? Oh, yeah, I am. I'd been nervously avoiding looking directly at Shijoin-san. She seemed to think my odd behavior was due to sleepiness. Maybe it's because, when I found myself on her lap, I pretended to be just waking up, acting oblivious to my surroundings in a futile attempt to mask my embarrassment. The memory of her soft thighs and sweet scent flooded back, making my face hot. A lap pillow from Shijoin-san. It was like a dream. She's always been so special, even in my past life. I knew that I was overreacting due to my newfound feelings, but I was sure once I got home and calmly reflected on the lap pillow incident, I'd die of embarrassment. We're here. We stopped in front of the sprawling Shijoin family mansion, complete with a vast garden, tall fences, and numerous security cameras. Seeing it again emphasized the vast difference in our social standing. What an incredible home. If I ever become Shijoin-san's boyfriend, I'll have to visit her in this castle-like mansion, won't I? Even if my feelings were reciprocated, that would be far in the future. I chided myself for being presumptuous and a bit creepy. Nahama-kun. Yes? Shijoin-san looked at me seriously in the dim light. Today, she began, stepping closer. Perhaps due to the darkness. Today was the most fun I've ever had in my entire school life. From elementary school to now. Her voice was slightly strained but full of emotion. The festival was incredibly fun, everything I'd hoped for. I don't think I'll ever forget this day, even after I graduate. She paused, then continued. So, thank you, Nihama-kun. I feel like I've been thanking you all day, but it's not enough. No, it's not just me. The festival's success was due to the whole class working together. You worked hard too, Shijoin-san. Yes, but if you hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been so wonderful. I wouldn't have felt this warmth and happiness, I'm sure of it. In the festival's afterglow, Shijoin-san's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. I understood her feelings all too well. The vibrant joy of youth. A chapter of life I thought was never meant for me. The dream of adolescence, once confined to stories, was now reality, and its exhilarating nature resonated deeply with me. After all, I was living through this unfamiliar, thrilling youth myself. In my past life, school had been mundane, but now it was vivid. The impact of this second chance was pulsing through my heart each day. Truthfully, I'm the one who wants to express my gratitude. The ability to experience this high school life again with Shijoin-san was beyond words. Her smile and words of thanks were so heartwarming that I found myself gazing at her without realizing it. Then, suddenly, we both made a sound, the realization hitting us at the same time. In the post-festival bliss, we'd been gazing at each other from an unexpectedly intimate distance. Sorry, I was staring. Oh, it's all right. Embarrassment washed over me, and I looked away, trying to conceal my racing heart. Shijoin-san seemed flustered as well, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oh no. I got too carried away looking at Shijoin-san. Well then, see you tomorrow, Shijoin-san. Yes, Nihama-kun. You worked harder than anyone, so please get some rest. After exchanging our goodbyes, I turned away from the Shijoin residence and walked away, a fervor in my chest completely different from what I felt yesterday. The love I had long forgotten now fostered a lingering regret, yet also filled me with a newfound warmth. As I departed, I resolved to cherish the feelings I had sealed away in my previous life. As I began walking through the darkness towards my home section. My name is Shijoin Tokai-myun, a successful man with a beautiful young wife and an angelic daughter. While my work as the president of a major bookstore chain was demanding, I found solace at home, relaxing on the plush sofa with fine wine. As I groomed my mustache each morning, I often reflected on my journey from humble beginnings. Akiko, I asked my wife, who sat across from me on the sofa, looking youthful enough to be Haruka's sister. Didn't Haruka seem a bit different earlier? Oh, in what way? Responded my wife, Akiko, the very image of the esteemed lady of the Shijoin family I fell in love with years ago. Haruka clearly possessed the same vivacious spirit that made her mother so endearing. Well, when she came home, she was unusually cheerful and giggly, as if something wonderful had happened. Maybe it's because a boy walked her home? Oh, I see, a boy walked her home. What? My wife's casual remark caught me off guard. Ha, you're so easily startled, Tokai-myun. I checked the security footage, Akiko continued with a smile, and she was chatting with a boy, probably a classmate, right in front of our house. Akiko's cheerful tone did little to ease my fatherly dread at this news. A boy walked her home? He'd better not be her boyfriend. It's not confirmed, but it's the first time she's come home with a boy. Haruka's always been so innocent. If this sparks a romance, it would be lovely. Lovely? Absolutely not. High school romance is far too early. If you're serious, Tokai-myun, you're being a bit creepy. My wife's playful jab stung, but I couldn't agree. While she seemed open to the idea of a boy in our daughter's life, I knew boys could be wolves in sheep's clothing. I couldn't risk Haruka being taken advantage of. She's far too naive. While her innocence is endearing to us, she's oblivious to the kind of men who might be attracted to her. We have a duty as parents to protect her. You have a point. She's even more carefree than I was. As Akiko acknowledged Haruka's lack of caution, it was clear this couldn't be ignored. Haruka's beauty naturally attracted attention, which was why I had hoped to enroll her in a school with fewer undesirable influences. However, even prestigious schools weren't immune to such individuals. But Tokai-myun, Haruka is 16. If you're too overbearing, she might say, "I hate you, Dad." While I don't want that, I have a duty as a parent. I can't allow just any boy near her. Well, didn't you win me over when you were just a struggling entrepreneur? Even my father disapproved. That's because I was head over heels for you. Oh, Tokai-Myun, save that kind of talk for when we are in a better mood. As Akiko playfully chided me, her blushing cheeks reminded me of the girl I fell in love with. Maybe she'll bring him home someday. Then we can see what kind of person he is. HMPH. If he comes here, he'll face an interrogation worthy of $1 billion business deal. Any weakling won't dare approach Haruka again. You never know. The boy Haruka chooses might just surprise you. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Seasoned professionals crumble under that kind of pressure, unless he's some kind of elite soldier who's endured relentless training. Of course, no high schooler would possess that level of resilience. Ha! If a guy could survive my full force interview, I might even approve of him marrying Haruka. That's how unlikely it is. I laughed heartily, imagining scaring off any potential suitors, while Akiko watched with an amused and knowing smile. Chapter 1. The top cast Ikemen picked a fight with me. A week after the cultural festival, I strolled through the school hallways, my steps light. Despite the muscle pain I'd endured from the hectic takoyaki cafe, my body had bounced back quickly. When it was all said and done, the cultural festival was a ton of fun, but it was also far too much work. Kazumihara-san may have made me the cultural festival committee advisor, but in truth, I was practically in charge of everything. The exhaustion had even caused me to doze off during the post-festival party. I was curious why Shijoin-san was the only one left in the classroom, but to think she stayed so I could sleep a bit longer. She's really a sweet girl, I thought with a smile. When I heard about the details from Kazumihara-san, it went without saying that my admiration for Shijoin-san only deepened. Finally, I've gotten to the point where I can look at Shijoin-san without losing my cool. The excitement made it easy to talk to her during that night, but it was really tough when we met the next morning during school hours. Years of unspoken feelings had intensified the love I had just realized for Shijoin-san. Just a glimpse of Shijoin-san's face or the sound of her voice filled me with overwhelming joy. Thankfully, I'd managed to act more composed since then. Although I was still a bit nervous, I'd definitely been noticed more by my classmates since the festival. Things had been calm, but with end-of-term exams around the corner, I couldn't get too comfortable. Shijoin-san's upcoming exams weighed on my mind more than my own. After her disastrous midterm, her father had issued a dire warning. Any score below average meant a temporary ban on her beloved light novels. Desperate, she had tearfully begged for my help before the festival. As a result, Shijoin-san and I had several study sessions after school. Her high motivation kept her preparation on track. We had to cut back on studying during the festival, but maybe it's time to pick up the pace again. Still, it's nice having this time alone with her. Remembering our past study sessions together, my heart swelled with a quiet pride. My time leap, my second chance at youth, is just beginning. Simply experiencing each day feels like a victory. Lost in these peaceful reflections, I was abruptly jolted back to reality. Know your place. A voice suddenly snapped. Huh? I spun around, startled. In the deserted after-school hallway, a male student strode towards me, abruptly spitting out a nonsensical phrase. Who is this guy? I wondered, taking him in. He's incredibly handsome, but my first impression was of a prince-like, self-centered type straight out of a shoujo manga. He was tall, with long hair that defied school rules, and an air of arrogance. His presence was overbearing, his gaze seemingly designed to look down on others. One look was all it took for the word arrogant to materialize in my thoughts. What's with that reaction? You're Nahama, aren't you? Yeah. Who are you? I replied. He scoffed. What? Don't tell me you don't know who I am? Typical weakling. It's ignorance like this that I despise. Seriously? Why the hell would I know some random guy from another class? I'm Mitsurugi Hayato, a second-year student. Surely, you've heard of the Mitsurugi group? Mitsurugi. Wait, that Mitsurugi? The Mitsurugi family were titans of industry in this region. Their influence was undeniable, especially with their ownership of the sprawling Mitsurugi group. While they might not have been household names across the country, In the neighboring prefectures, their name opened doors and commanded respect. To put it simply, they were swimming in money. So, this guy was their heir apparent, huh? Even in my previous life, I knew there were rich kids who didn't belong in public school. But I never actually met one. And now I know how obnoxious they are. Now I remembered, Gingy and the guys had mentioned him a few times. He wasn't just some spoiled rich kid, he was top of his class, a star athlete, and popular with the girls to boot. A total golden boy, but what a narcissist. He's definitely at the top of the school food chain. Despite his tall, handsome appearance, he was the heir to the Mitsurugi Group, a local powerhouse. His academic and athletic prowess only added to his status as one of the school's elite. So what's this about knowing my place? It's obviously about Haruka, he said. What? Who did this guy think he was, throwing her name around like that? Stay away from her. You're not good enough, huh? Why should I listen to you? Don't you get it? You being with Haruka disrupts the natural order of things. Mitsurugi spoke as if he was explaining common sense to a foolish child. Listen, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. Someone like you, with no looks, no brains, no money, belongs at the bottom. People like me and Haruka, who have it all, are at the top. When a fly lands on a diamond, anyone would want to swat it away. It was more than just arrogance. It was a level of self-entitlement that bordered on delusion. He was like a cartoon villain, a rich noble sneering at the lowly peasant. So you're saying I should stay away from Shijoin-san? And what makes you think you can dictate my life? I retorted, my voice rising. My sharp words met Mitsurugi's amused scoff, a taunting defiance in his eyes. Want to know why? Haruka and I are destined for each other. What? The word escaped my lips before I could stop it. From families of equal standing, we've been close since childhood. It's already decided that Haruka will one day be mine. What? His words pierced my heart. Close since childhood. Childhood friends? And this talk of a future together. An arrangement between their prestigious families? No way. A sharp pain stabbed my heart, recently awakened to its feelings of love, fear, anxiety, confusion, shock, a nauseating mix of emotions. The thought of my crush being claimed by someone I couldn't stand was like falling into an abyss. See how out of your league you are? Disappear from Haruka's life. Having never experienced heartbreak in my past life, my adult mind was unprepared for the pain of love. Fear of this uncharted territory, coupled with the words of this school's top dog, threatened to paralyze me. But, as if I'd ever agree, dream on. What? I gritted my teeth and stared straight at Mitsurugi. To say that his words didn't hurt would be a lie, but I was used to rebuilding my wounded mentality. If he thought I'd just stand by quietly after this, he was sorely mistaken. This smug pretty boy. For a moment, I was surprised. But then I realized you never called her your girlfriend. That means you haven't won her over yet. You bastard. All right, I hit the mark. Though I was a bit rattled by my first ever heartbreak crisis, seeing that sour look on his face gave me a boost of confidence. You dare talk back and defy me? Don't be ridiculous. How dare someone of your standing even think they have the right to do that? No, 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 you're the ridiculous one here. What's going on in that head of yours? He's beyond entitled. Even in my corporate slave days, I rarely encountered someone this delusional. Actually, scratch that. I did. There were those spoiled rich kids who were handed executive positions simply for being the boss's offspring, or those with Ivy League degrees who acted like they were a superior species. They treated everyone else like peasants, spouting the most arrogant nonsense imaginable. Like, I'm the president's son. You expect me, a new hire, to take orders from some middle manager? Don't you realize you're all just corporate slaves employed by my family? I graduated from University in America, got it? I'm in a different league than commoners like you. Even someone with your lack of education should understand that. Well, that's how it is. Some people are inherently petty. Give them an ounce of power, and their egos balloon, leaving them looking down on everyone else. It was the classic power trip, whether it was a senior club member or a boss lording it over their underlings. Without someone to rein them in, they become insufferable. Being good-looking and popular with girls is already a significant advantage, but add academic or athletic prowess to the mix, and you become untouchable at the student level. No wonder his arrogance knows no bounds. That said, it was rare to see someone so openly and shamelessly flaunting their superiority complex. He acts like he's not just some nobleman, but a damn prince. I couldn't care less. You might think you're all that, but I don't. So I won't listen to you. End of story. You, how dare you speak to me like that? You insignificant insect. In a school ruled by social hierarchy, he was likely used to intimidating others into submission, like a nobleman lording over commoners, but I wouldn't be swayed by his tactics. In my previous life as a student, I used to be awestruck by the handsome and athletic guys, thinking they were somehow blessed, but after experiencing the real world, I realized such things were trivial. I dealt with far worse people than him. You insect, do you even know who you're talking to? I merely came to warn you not to get any funny ideas just because you were with Haruka at the cultural festival. But I never expected you to be this foolish. Now it made sense. I finally understood why he suddenly approached me. It was because I was with Shijoin-san at the festival. In gaming terms, this was a new development that only happens on a second playthrough. Spending the cultural festival with Shijoin-san triggered a flag, leading to this encounter with a character who never crossed my path in my previous life. Challenge me. Then, he said. Seriously? Anything goes. HMPH, with finals coming up. Let's make that the challenge. It's more fair than a sports match. Wouldn't you agree? What the hell? Why am I being dragged into this? I thought he was about to lose it and throw a punch, but instead, he challenged me to a test. The logic of someone with an inflated ego is truly baffling. Mitsurugi continued, his gaze fixed on me like I was some kind of insect. Someone like you, who doesn't understand their place in the world, needs a visible lesson. Consider this a personal education. You foolish commoner. His words dripped with a seriousness that was at odds with his nonsensical reasoning. I think I get it now. This challenge is his way of trying to put me in my place. He wants to crush me in a competition, to force me into submission since threats alone won't work. To me, it was a ludicrous proposition, but to him, it was probably just another way to crush anyone who defied him. And the prize is Haruka, huh? The loser has to stay away from her forever. Those are the stakes. What? With a smug smirk, he dropped the bomb. This guy intended to educate me and eliminate his competition in one fell swoop. I refuse. Who would agree to such a thing? Shut up. Your opinion is irrelevant. Huh? What is this guy even saying? You think you have a choice? Once I issue a challenge, there's no backing down. You will compete with me in the end-of-term exams, and the loser stays away from Haruka forever. This is non-negotiable. What kind of nonsense is this? A challenge or a bet isn't valid without mutual consent. As if I need your consent. My decision is absolute. He seemed genuinely convinced of this, declaring it with unwavering confidence. This was beyond absurd. He was 100% certain of his own righteousness, making any attempt at reasoning pointless. Well, you can resist all you want. It's not like I can lose anyway. With a smirk, Mitsurugi turned and sauntered away, leaving me dumbfounded by his sheer audacity. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Even in my corporate days, I'd met my share of my way or the highway types. But I'd never encountered someone who unilaterally dictated matters that required mutual agreement, like promises or contracts. He was a hybrid of the I'm always right type, like a spoiled CEO's kid, and the I'll only bark orders and never listen type, like a nightmare customer, a truly obnoxious specimen. But the fact that I've now crossed paths with such a guy, I guess you could call it the curse of the school caste system. In my past life, I avoided attention from the top-tier jerks precisely by not rocking the boat. I kept a low profile, ensuring I didn't offend anyone, and that's why Mitsurugi never noticed me back then. However, this time around, I'd been making waves, defeating a thug in front of everyone, taking the lead at the cultural festival, and getting close to Shijoin-san, the school's idol. That was why the prince of the school caste had set his sights on me. In a more dramatic sense, It was like the backlash of time itself, punishing me for straying from the original course of events. Now then, what should I do about this? Sure, the end-of-term tests were mandatory for all second-year students, so my scores and the Mitsuharugi's would inevitably be compared, but I never agreed to his so-called challenge, so even if I lost, I was not obligated to follow his ridiculous rule about staying away from Shijoin-san. I could simply ignore this whole farce. Then again, if he gets better scores, he'll probably throw a massive fit and try to use this imaginary agreement to keep me away from her. Even without a penalty, it'd be annoying to lose. So should I actually try to win? Even if I won, I doubt that idiot will quiet down, but at least I'd take away his excuse to cause a scene. And, honestly, he just pisses me off. As Mitsuharugi walked away, his smug smile radiated absolute confidence. It was the face of someone who couldn't even fathom the possibility of losing. His rude remarks and insane arrogance. He's exactly the type of person I despise, someone who doesn't give a damn about other people's feelings. In my past life, I was a loser. I never won at anything, academics, sports, you name it. So I developed a habit of associating challenges with failure. Avoiding competition became like a second nature to me. But now I feel this burning desire to wipe that smug look off the face of this guy who embodies everything I hate. All right, I've made up my mind. This is a risk-free opportunity. I won't accept his challenge, but I'll fight on my terms. The lifelong loser in me was now determined to take on this perennial winner. It was a revolutionary thought for me. Here I was, considering standing up to and defeating the very embodiment of the arrogant, insensitive bullies who had made my past life a living hell. And if I fight, I will win. My declaration of victory echoed softly in the empty hallway section. Why does this feel like something straight out of a manga? You can say that again. Jinji sighed. During lunch break, my friend Yamahira Jinji and I had our bento boxes spread out in the classroom. As we chatted, I relayed how Mitsuharugi had suddenly confronted me with his non-negotiable challenge. Jinji's expression was one of pure exasperation. Man, you've really attracted the attention of a real piece of work. And it just had to be Prince Hayato Mitsuharugi, of all people. What? Is that actually his nickname? Yeah. His family owns multiple companies, he's rich, good-looking, excels in sports, and gets top marks. The girls say he's like a prince from a shuo manga. A prince? Huh. Sure. He might have the looks, but his words and actions scream spoiled brat, at least in my book. But why is a guy like that at a regular high school? Shouldn't he be at some fancy private school? Apparently, he did go to a prestigious private middle school, but rumor has it he caused so much trouble with the other rich kids because of his self-centered attitude that his parents forced him to transfer here. So they stuck him in a public high school full of commoners where his antics wouldn't be a problem. If that's true, it's incredibly selfish of them. Given his personality, the part about causing trouble seemed very believable. I could easily imagine him spewing arrogant remarks at everyone. And if he specifically chose our school, could it be because of Shijoin-san? Come to think of it, why did Shijoin-san choose to attend a regular high school? I have my suspicions, but I've never actually heard the reason. As I pondered, the image of that adorable girl popped into my head, and surprisingly, just thinking about her started to soothe the frustration I felt from dealing with Mitsuharugi. Just picturing her cute face was like a balm for my soul, proving her angelic power truly was something else. Still, a challenge. You will compete with me in the end-of-term exams, and the loser stays away from Haruka forever. This is non-negotiable. He sounded like a spoiled brat. His arrogance was even worse than I'd expected. Yeah, he wasn't exactly a conversationalist. Unlike my introverted high school self in my past life, that prince's communication skills were a whole other kind of mess. But ultimately, you didn't promise him anything. So you're not actually obligated to do anything, right? Even if Mitsuharugi throws a tantrum about the challenge and those ridiculous stakes, you can just ignore him. Yeah, that's true. But I think I'm going to try and beat him. What? Seriously? Jinji stared at me wide-eyed when I said that. Of course, even if my test scores are lower, I'm not going to follow some rule I never agreed to. But Mitsurugi will definitely make a huge deal about how he won. From what I've heard, that's pretty much a guarantee. What a pain, right? And after that, his antics will probably just get worse. So I figure, if he's going to come at me with "what did you get?" I want to be able to shut him down. When I talked to Mitsurugi, his confidence was overwhelming. He truly believed he was superior, and saw me as nothing but an insignificant insect. That belief wasn't just based on his family background, but also on his exceptional abilities in every area. So, if a nobody like me were to beat him, it would be a huge blow to his ego. Do you think you can do it? He was first in the last midterms, right? You were 10th. So it's not impossible, but still, yeah, he's really smart, but I don't plan on losing. He might have been some kind of superhuman, but he was not unbeatable. We were talking about high school exams here, so there was no reason I couldn't win. Honestly, I really want to take that arrogant bastard down a peg. I remembered how that spoiled prince casually called Shijoin-san Haruka without any honorifics, and my fists clenched in anger. Chapter 2. In the middle of studying. In the quiet of my living room, the scratching of my mechanical pencil filled the air. Finals were looming, and with 10 subjects to cover, the pressure was on. Unlike my lackluster high school days in the past, I was determined to succeed this time around. Time travel, like visiting another world, exists solely in the realm of fantasy. Yet unlike those protagonists in light novels who get a cheat sheet and special abilities when they're reincarnated, I had to study my butt off. Fueled by deep regret for my past life and armed with the mental resilience and experience I'd gained as a corporate slave, I was determined to make the most of my second chance at high school. Thanks to these admittedly unremarkable strengths, I managed to get much closer to Shijoin-san than I ever had before. But what if a guy as handsome as a prince seriously sets his sights on Shijoin-san? Looks are unconditionally powerful. While adult relationships prioritize personality, students are naturally drawn to obvious charms like a handsome face or athletic abilities. Even Shijoin-san, with her sweet and innocent nature, would be at least a little swayed if someone that handsome earnestly confessed to her. Wouldn't she? Ugh, I wish all handsome guys would just disappear. I muttered under my breath. Huh, what? What suddenly brought this on? Ana-chan, my little sister Kaneko, ponytail bobbing, looked up from her magazine on the nearby sofa with a surprised expression. Oh, hey, you're home. Thought you'd been hitting the books extra hard lately. Did something happen again? I can hear the bitterness from here. Kaneko asked with a teasing grin. In my past life, Kaneko and I had drifted apart, but this time around, thanks to the changes I'd made, we'd gradually grown closer. It made me happy to have these casual chats, but she'd also become a bit too curious about my affairs since I'd come out of my shell, always asking with a smirk if there was any juicy gossip. Yeah. A certain prince challenged me to a little competition. Seems he can't stand anyone else stealing his spotlight. Ah. What? She replied, clearly confused. Kaneko gave me a look that practically demanded an explanation, so I told her what happened between me and Mitsurugi. I told her everything, from his specs and popularity with the girls, to my plan to defeat him. So this guy is really that good looking? She asked, intrigued. Yeah, so I'm a little worried. Even if I get better grades, if a handsome guy confesses to Shijoin-san, she might be swept off her feet. Well, yeah, handsome guys have an advantage, Kaneko agreed. Just like guys are drawn to pretty girls, girls are drawn to handsome guys. Hearing my extroverted, popular sister say it so bluntly still stung. Is the world really all about handsome guys? Only if they're handsome on the inside too. The guy you mentioned is supposedly trash, so don't worry about it. Ah, really? Absolutely. Take away the good looks, and his Prince Charming act would be crinny, right? Well, if a regular guy acted like that, people would just think he's weird and avoid him. The girls who go crazy over those types are either the kind who'll go for anything with a pulse as long as it's hot, or the ones who think being a jerk is somehow manly. Any girl with half a brain would steer clear. How do you figure stuff like that out so easily? Hey, Unlike you, Anna-chan. I'm popular, she replied with a smirk. Hey, don't throw your Anna-chan under the bus like that, I protested. Having a sister who reveled in her outgoing nature and popularity was tough, but undeterred, Kanako continued her explanation. Look, even good-looking actors lose their fans when they're caught cheating or being jerks. It's the same way no guy wants to date a beautiful girl with a horrible personality. That's true, I conceded. The memory of a stunning office lady from my past life surfaced. She used her looks to manipulate her way through the office, sweet-talking her superiors and belittling her colleagues. Initially, I was excited to work with such a beautiful woman, but my opinion quickly soured, and I was relieved when she was transferred. No matter how good-looking someone is, if they're abusive or lazy, they're just plain awful. That kind of crap only flies in light novels and anime. Exactly. Do you really think Shijoin-san would fall for a prince with a terrible personality just because he's handsome? No. Now that you mention it, I can't see her being swayed at all. Thinking it through, I realized that assuming Shijoin-san would be won over by looks alone was insulting. I had been thrown off balance by facing something I felt I lacked. See? Worrying about losing to a handsome guy is pointless, Anna-chan. If you let that get to you, you'll lose something you could have won. Kanako giggled and smiled. It finally hit me that this whole conversation was meant to soothe my worries and cheer me up. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kanako. I'm glad we talked. Huh? Oh, yeah, right? Anna-chan, you're still pretty clueless about romance. Huh? You'd be lost without the love master Kanako-chan. Being thanked unexpectedly seemed to fluster her a bit, and a light blush spread across her face, even as she maintained her smug expression. It was endearing, in a way that was typical for a middle school girl. It was absolutely adorable, though. Is it just me, or do you really seem to understand Shijoin-san? I had only shown her a photo once, so how did she glean so much about her personality? The moment I voiced my question, my sister, who had been so cheerful, suddenly went wide-eyed. Huh? Who do you think is to blame? Ever since you fell for Shijoin-san, you've been going on and on about how cute and amazing she is. Wah, have I been talking about Shijoin-san that much? Granted, ever since I realized my feelings for Shijoin-san, my thoughts had been increasingly focused on that angelic girl. But absolutely, I may have been the one who tried to pry out your love story during the culture festival, but once you confessed, it was like a dam burst. You haven't stopped gushing about Shijoin-san. Thanks to that, I even know how many light novels she reads a month and even her favorite brand of canned juice. Were you even aware you were doing that? That's how it was? Sorry, I didn't realize it at all. It seemed my otaku habit of endlessly talking about what I liked was still in full force, and my feelings for Shijoin-san had been spilling out. Well, at least it's way better than never realizing your feelings at all. I never would have guessed my gloomy brother would awaken to romance like this. Kanako sighed and chuckled at her drastically changed brother. Well, the reason I turned out like this was because of a genuine supernatural phenomenon called a time leap. No one could have predicted that, not even a god. Hey, have some confidence, Anna-chan. You've grown so much cooler than that sly guy. Forget about him, focus on your studies, and you'll absolutely crush it. After the test, I'll tell you how that handsome guy looked when he lost. That's the spirit. Use your love as fuel and give it your all, Anna-chan. Words from a sister with whom I had a strained relationship in my past life struck a chord. I no longer felt overshadowed by the universally acknowledged strong and handsome type. In response to her genuine smile, I vowed to myself once more to win, no matter what. Section. Then you plug in this formula here. Oh, I get it. That's how you solve it. My after-school study sessions with Shijoin-san had become a comfortable routine. Initially, I was worried about being the teacher, but thanks to Shijoin-san's diligent nature, our test prep had been smooth sailing up until now. Still, studying is so tough. I'm already dreading the entrance exams when we're third years. Shijoin-san sighed, gazing at the desk overflowing with textbooks and notebooks. Perhaps due to the stress of finals, a hint of weariness could be seen in her expression and heard in her voice. But you mentioned enjoying world history and classical literature, right? I really do like learning about history and reading literature. But, I just can't handle math. Shijoin-san groaned, clutching her head. It seemed the stress of studying had amplified her emotions a bit. Shijoin-san, science isn't really your forte, is it? Exactly. I get the science behind chemistry or biology. But plane vectors and trigonometric functions. Seriously, when are we ever going to use that stuff in real life? It's enough to make me want to cry. She was clearly overwhelmed. She had been pushing herself hard to avoid a ban on light novels, but now that the end was in sight, the exhaustion was catching up. Well, if you go into a specialized field like engineering, you might use them, but for most jobs, probably not. Maybe it was just my own limited experience, but in my time as a regular office worker, I never really had to use formulas or chemical equations. Really? Is that true? Shijoin-san's eyes widened as if struck by a revelation. Why do we even have to learn all this if we'll never use it in the real world? Everyone wonders that at some point, especially with subjects like math and classical literature. Chinese classics feel like deciphering some ancient code. If I'm being brutally honest, it's mainly for the sake of education and entrance exams. But I think it's also to discover ourselves. By learning a variety of subjects, we can figure out what fields we're suited for, which helps us decide our future direction. That's true. I could never be a mathematician or a programmer. Shijoin-san nodded thoughtfully at my rather practical reasoning. She was refreshingly candid. Incidentally, despite my lofty words, I had struggled with studying in my previous life and couldn't identify any particular aptitude. Looking back, I realized I had squandered the tuition fees my mother had worked so hard to provide. I hadn't understood her sacrifices at all back then. But what about the future? What kind of relationship do the Mitsurugi and Shijoin families have? The Shijoin family was significantly larger. The Mitsurugis were just local business folks, while the Shijoins managed multiple national companies, practically modern-day royalty. Both families had deep roots in the area, and not only were Mitsurugi and Shijoin-san childhood friends, but there was a chance they could already be engaged. Countless scenarios raced through my mind, but the only way to get answers was to ask the girl right in front of me. It would take courage, but no matter her answer, I could adjust my approach accordingly. I steeled my nerves and took the plunge. Shijoin-san, can I ask you something? Of course. What is it? Shijoin-san replied, her usual radiant smile in place. Her brightness added to my anxiety, but I slowly asked my question. Well, it's no big deal. But do you know a guy in our year named Mitsurugi? Huh? Oh. Yes. You mean Mitsurugi-kun? What about him? Just hearing his name from Shijoin-san's lips made my chest tighten. I struggled to keep my cool as I continued. Well, I had a chance to talk with Mitsurugi recently. Are you two childhood friends? Yes. Well, we did meet when we were kids. Her response, contrary to my expectations, sent my emotions into a tailspin. Damn it. What is this feeling? Is love supposed to make you this possessive? The mere mention of another guy made my heart pound and my composure vanish, leaving me on the verge of tears. I wanted her to say she didn't know him. Even if they did, I wanted it to be a superficial school acquaintance at most. My emotions were bubbling over, threatening to drown me in their intensity. Is this what jealousy feels like? This dark, suffocating feeling squeezing my heart. No wonder people snapped in those daytime dramas. I had never experienced this in my previous life, but truly loving someone meant harboring such intense emotions. But calling us childhood friends might not be entirely accurate, Shijoin-san clarified. We met once at a family party when we were kids, but we didn't see each other again until high school. My turbulent heart skipped a beat at Shijoin-san's words. If that was the case, then it was far from the deep-rooted childhood friendship I had envisioned. Oh, really? But, have you talked much since you met again in high school? Well, actually, when I touched on the point I was most curious about, Shijoin-san looked troubled. For someone as straightforward as her, it was rare to see her at a loss for words. Well, Ever since we started high school, Mitsurugi-kun has been trying to get my attention. But he's kind of intense and talks about things that go over my head, so I haven't felt very comfortable around him. I feel bad, but I've been trying to keep my distance. She openly confessed her discomfort with Mitsurugi. I could easily picture the scenes she described. Mitsurugi probably approached her multiple times, confidently spouting things like fate and you should be by my side. To someone as down-to-earth as Shijoin-san, that would understandably be overwhelming. I see. Sorry for asking all these weird questions, but is your family close to Mitsurugi's family? I'm not really sure about the details of my family's connections, but I don't recall Mitsurugi-kun's family ever being invited to our parties. I think my father had a falling out with them when I was little. Oh, I see. Thanks, that clarifies things. Listening to Shijoin-san's thoughtful explanation, I nodded along, my mind racing. It was becoming clear that Mitsurugi's claims were far from the truth. Yes, safe. What a relief. Haha. It's as I thought, but still, thank goodness. Outwardly, I remained composed, but inwardly, I was overjoyed. The relief was overwhelming after having imagined the worst. Shijoin-san and the Mitsurugi weren't close at all, and their families weren't exactly on friendly terms either. What an arrogant windbag that guy was. The darkness in my heart lifted, and a smile spread across my face. The worry about influential family connections had been a major weight, and knowing the truth was a huge relief. But I can't let my guard down completely. It's clear that my growing closeness to Shijoin-san had ruffled Mitsurugi's feathers. Even though I had gotten much closer to Shijoin-san than in my previous life, I wasn't her boyfriend yet, so Mitsurugi and I were still on equal footing in that regard. A showdown with the princely Mitsurugi after the tests was inevitable. I needed to give it my all. Why are you so interested in Mitsurugi-kun? Shijoin-san asked, her curiosity piqued. Oh, well. It's just as I was about to explain, my vision unexpectedly blurred. Perhaps the relief had suddenly hit me, making my head swim and my consciousness waver. Nahama-kun, are you okay? You look really pale. No, I'm fine. Really? Shijoin-san looked at me with concern, but I offered her a reassuring smile. Despite my best efforts to get enough rest, juggling my studies with tutoring her had been tiring, and the exhaustion was catching up to me. But this fatigue wasn't due to any leftover workaholic tendencies from my past life. No, it was because I desperately wanted to impress the girl I liked. But you really seem like you've been overdoing it lately. Well, I was working hard to win the test score competition that Mitsurugi had challenged me to, but I hadn't told Shijoin-san about it yet. Originally, she had been studying diligently to avoid her father's ban on light novels. Telling her now that Mitsurugi is infatuated with you, and he challenged me to a test duel, threatening that if I lose, I can never approach you again would only add unnecessary stress. Of course, if I lost the duel and Mitsurugi made a fuss, I would explain everything. But for now, at least until finals were over, I wanted to keep it to myself. Well, we're in the home stretch now. If tutoring me is too much for you, Nahama-kun, we can stop our study sessions. No, it's absolutely fine. Please let's continue our sessions. Seeing the worry in Shijoin-san's eyes, I couldn't help but plead with her. These study sessions, which had started as a way to help her with her final exams, became a cherished time spent with the girl I admired. Now that I was aware of my feelings for her, their value had increased tenfold. Far from being a burden, these were precious moments I would treasure. And the reason I wanted to continue these study sessions wasn't just for that. Maybe I really did need a break. My vision was blurring, and I could feel myself fading. Please, let me continue, Shijoin-san. Damn. This isn't good. It must be the snacks I ate while studying. My blood sugar is probably spiking, making me sleepy and messing with my ability to think straight. I used to think I was hopeless at studying. After starting high school, I didn't put in any effort. Yes, that's right. That neglect led to that awful future. I tried to change and started working hard. When you praised me for that, Shijoin-san. It really meant a lot to me. Yes. That's it. Shijoin-san was always the first to recognize and appreciate my efforts and changes. And then you asked me to tutor you. You trusted someone like me. It made me incredibly happy. That's why I want to live up to that trust until the end. Nihama-kun. I can't. I'm so tired. My mind is drifting. And I want these times studying with you, Shijoin-san, to continue for as long as possible. Huh? No. I just dozed off for a second. Damn it, nodding off right after saying I'm fine is so embarrassing. Now Shijoin-san will worry about me even more. Sorry, I spaced out. Let's get back to studying. I hurriedly tried to steer the conversation back on track, but Shijoin-san remained frozen in place. A look of shock painted across her face. What? My memory from right before I dozed off is hazy. But did my sleep-deprived brain blurt out something weird? Shijoin-san? Oh, yes. When I cautiously called out to her, Shijoin-san responded, still seeming a bit out of it. Are you feeling okay? Your face looks a bit flushed. Yeah. I don't feel sick, but my face is a little warm. I wonder what's going on. Shijoin-san wondered aloud, a hand drifting to her forehead. A delicate flush tinted her usually pale skin. Still, I'm happy to hear you value these study sessions, even though they started because of my selfish request, she added with a soft chuckle. Whatever I had mumbled before nodding off seemed to have made her very happy. I'm glad I'm not the only one who wishes this could last forever. Shijoin-san, with her cascading black hair, spoke effortlessly, her usual bright smile unwavering. The sincerity in her words left me momentarily at a loss for words. Well then, shall we continue, sensei? She chirped, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Why yeah, let's give it our all. I returned her bright smile, unable to help but smile back. I wish this could go on forever, too. Section Arc. Damn it. Grabbing the juice during lunch was a total mistake. Just as I turned the corner in the hallway on my way back to class, I ran smack into the last guy I wanted to see. The annoyingly handsome Mitsurugi Hato, with his ridiculous prince nickname that you'd only hear at a Koshien tournament baseball game. Even though he was just walking silently, his expression was this arrogant vibe that looked down on everyone around him, and that was obvious in how he reacted to me. Oh, you're that loser who's been hanging around Haruka. Nuyama, was it? Hey, my name's not Nuyama, it's Nihama. Whatever. A loser's name isn't worth remembering. This bastard, after making a big deal about our challenge, he couldn't even be bothered to remember my name, right? HMPH, don't worry. I remember our test challenge, but frankly, it's a pain. If you swear right here and now to never go near Haruka again, I'll spare you the humiliation of losing. So he's looking for an excuse to teach me a lesson, huh? Guess he doesn't want to settle this with just a test score showdown. I had a pretty good idea how this guy planned to handle things, but I wasn't scared anymore. I had already decided to stop being walked all over. The answer is still no. I have no reason to listen to you. I've never met such a clueless idiot. Mitsurugi sighed, looking at me with utter disdain. Do you not understand how insignificant you are? You're a loser with no talent, no money. It's basic common sense that someone like you should bow down to someone superior like me and be grateful for being allowed to exist. Why can other losers do that and you can't? How pathetic are you to not even know the basic rules of society at your age? With his hands shoved in his pockets, Mitsurugi spat those words at me like I was garbage spilled from a trash bag. I thought his attitude itself was trash, but I couldn't deny there was some truth to his logic. In society, whether at school or elsewhere, it's common to defer to those stronger or above you. In my previous life, I spent every moment bowing my head to those above me. The world does operate that way to some extent, but there was no reason I should bow to someone in the same grade as me. You might have a lot going for you, but that doesn't make you special. Why should I bow to you? You? How dare you, loser? His pride wounded, Mitsurugi's face twisted in anger. What a joke. Basic rules of society. You need to learn some manners and how to read the room. Then, a suspicion crossed my mind. It was almost too ridiculous to consider, but given our conversation so far, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Do you really think Shijoin-san will just do what you want if I stay away? Why are you so obsessed with her? What a stupid question. Everything will go as planned. I am superior, and so is Haruka. Our family backgrounds are impeccable. We were born to walk the same path together. His words grew more impassioned, continuing even though I hadn't asked. The day I first saw her as a child, I was captivated. I knew instantly she was the one for me, the direct heiress to the Shijoin family, the same age as me, and absolutely stunning. She's the perfect superior woman, befitting someone of my stature. Mitsuharuki grinned with smug satisfaction, his face contorted in a disturbingly joyful expression. In stark contrast, a cold realization washed over me. As ridiculous as it sounded, my gut feeling was probably right. His insistence on calling her Haruka was still infuriating. But more than anger, I felt a profound sense of disbelief towards him now. Well, I get your point, but let me tell you this. I can't let you get close to Shijoin-san either. Shut up, loser. Mitsuharuki's face twisted in rage as he shouted. If I simply ignored his arrogant babble, he would only get more full of himself. It was infuriating to see someone so far beneath me trying to provoke me, but I refused to give Mitsuharuki's words any more power. There was no point in continuing this conversation. We were speaking entirely different languages. Well then, I'll make sure to prepare thoroughly for the test, I stated, ending the interaction on my terms. Leaving Mitsuharuki fuming behind me, I turned and walked away with those parting words. Chapter 3, The Decisive Test Battle. The crystal-clear sky above set the scene for the final exams, a daunting challenge for many students. There will be no cheating. You may begin. The teacher's stern instruction was followed by the rustling of papers. Everyone's face hardened as the scratching of mechanical pencils filled the air. Okay, I've got this. Despite the tense atmosphere, I maintained a steady writing pace. My hard work in this life was paying off. Tests are one thing, but isn't the act of studying fair right up to the very end? This thought crossed my mind as I answered each question. Everyone has different capabilities and limits when it comes to learning, but like in an RPG, the more effort you put in, the higher your grades become, and that effort paves the way to a brighter future. And that effort will pave the way for future success, just as I dreamed back in my corporate drone days of reaching that distant goal, working for a legendary white company. Besides, solving these questions one after another feels incredibly satisfying. Overcoming these problems with my accumulated knowledge was exhilarating. What had been a dreaded task in my previous life was now enjoyable. Amidst the shared stress and struggle of many students, I maintained a relaxed composure, never once faltering. Ah, what a relief. Finishing exams always feels amazing, doesn't it? It was lunchtime. Fujihashi Mei, known for her bubbly personality, was beaming in the center of the classroom. Her cheerful and somewhat silly nature was endearing, making her quite popular with the boys. In my past life, I barely interacted with this social butterfly, but since the cultural festival, she had become a regular presence in mine and Shijoin-san's lives, and we were now close enough to consider each other friends. Hey, Fujihashi-san, how many times are you going to say that? The exams ended last week. Fujihashi-san laughed. I just can't help it. Now I can focus on club activities without having to worry about exams. Yes, the final exams had ended without any major issues last week. The entire second-year students were now free from the burden of studying, and a bright atmosphere filled the school. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you do well on the exams? As if on cue, Shijoin-san, with her characteristic calm demeanor and elegant presence, entered the conversation. Her long, silky hair swayed gently as she walked, and her serious eyes had a hint of curiosity. Oh, Shijoin-san. Fujihashi-san responded with a cheerful smile. I wouldn't say I asked them, but I didn't bomb them either. I see. I'm glad to hear that, Shijoin-san replied, a faint smile forming on her lips. And how about you, Nihama-kun? Did everything go well for you? Yeah, I think I held my own, I replied, trying to play it cool. It was a good chance to see how much I've improved. That's the spirit. Hard work always pays off. Shijoin-san nodded approvingly. As the lunch break carried on, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter and laughter. The weight of the exams had lifted, and everyone seemed to be riding a wave of relief. It was in these ordinary moments, surrounded by friends and laughter, that a simple truth dawned on me. The sweat we poured into studying, the bonds we forged, the dreams we chased, were all part of the journey towards our future. Looking around at my friends, I felt a renewed resolve to keep moving forward, one step at a time, towards the bright horizon we all longed for. HMPH, don't underestimate me, Nihama-kun. Just because I'm athletic doesn't mean I'm not smart. That's just a silly stereotype from manga. Haha. I wouldn't dream of it. Though, I did kinda bomb it. So maybe there's some truth to the stereotype after all? Now that I thought about it, she was always sleeping in class. But hey, exams are over, so who cares? Time for a study break. Furuhashi-san, today's the day the results are posted in the hallway. Eh? At those unexpected words from the bespectacled girl beside her, Furuhashi-san froze. Kazumihara Mitsuki, the girl who'd roped me into the cultural festival chaos. She might look like a bookish beauty with her glasses and medium-length hair, but her personality was anything but predictable. Kazumihara-san, why would you say that? I was finally starting to forget about it. There's no need to be so upset. The truth would have sunk in eventually. Even if I hadn't spoken, don't assume it'll be disastrous. It could be a pleasant surprise. How did you score on your exams? Were you hearing the trumpets of victory? Kazumihara-san's merciless comment left Furuhashi-san speechless and defeated. That's harsh. Kazumihara-san, cut Furuhashi-san some slack. Furuhashi-san, utterly crushed by the harsh remark, found herself speechless, the words dying on her tongue. Furuhashi-san's dramatic reactions, like a scene straight out of a manga, were clearly a source of amusement for Kazumihara-san. Her face remained unburdened by any anxiety or worry about the impending results. Kazumihara-san, how did you do? You seem pretty confident. When I asked, Kazumihara-san, surprisingly, flashed a defiant grin. Fufu. The idea that girls with glasses are all academic prodigies is just a silly stereotype. Wouldn't you agree? For me, even an average score would be something to celebrate. Why the smug look then? Kazumihara-san adjusted her glasses with a smug grin, and I couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. So, she wasn't confident at all, just resigned to her fate. Seriously? Is English even necessary for Japanese people? We should just isolate ourselves again. Or better yet, make the whole world the Japanese empire and force everyone to speak Japanese. Why do those foreign tourists even have the nerve to ask for directions in English here? Don't spew that nonsense with a straight face. It's terrifying. For all her cool composure, she harbored some pretty intense grudges. Then again, English was probably the most practical subject we had in terms of future prospects. Noticing a pair of eyes on me, I turned to find Jinji staring intently. What's with that look? Something like, you are enjoying yourself with the girls, huh? Hey, how did your date go, Yamahiro-kun? Furuhashi-san chimed in. Wah? Jinji stammered, caught off guard by Furuhashi-san's directness. The classic flustered reaction of a shy high school boy approached by a confident girl. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, remembering my previous life too. Relax, Jinji, I whispered reassuringly. Furuhashi-san is friendly, there's no need to be nervous. I am not nervous. Jinji mumbled, his face flushing crimson. Jinji muttered under his breath, responding to my whispered encouragement, his face flushing crimson as his words stumbled over themselves. The sight was undeniably endearing. Yeah, I chuckled. That's classic for someone not used to talking to girls. Well, I guess I didn't do too well. I actually did pretty bad, Jinji confessed, his voice barely a whisper. All right, that makes you my comrade, Furuhashi-san declared with glee, patting Jinji on the shoulder. He let out another strange sound, Hobahaya. It was the epitome of a reaction from someone completely out of their depth with girls. Not that I could judge, considering my own lack of experience. And Nihama-kun. Fujihashi-san turned to me. What's with Shijoin-san? Huh? What's wrong, Shijoin-san? Turning towards Shijoin's seat, I found the beautiful, long-haired girl nervously clasping her hands in prayer, her entire body trembling with anxiety. Ah, Nihama-kun, everyone. That. I can't calm down knowing we'll get the results soon. I'm really, really nervous. She stammered. Not only did the board display the top 100 rankings, but also the average scores for each grade. Even if her name didn't appear within the top 100, Shijoin-san could quickly gauge her success by comparing her self-assessed score to the overall average, instantly knowing if she achieved her goal. But you said your exams went well, didn't you? There's no need to be so anxious, I reassured her. Why yes, but I just can't trust myself. What if I made a bunch of careless mistakes, or marked the wrong answers? She fretted. Oh, I get it. That panic when you realize there's one less answer space than you need for the last question is like having your pants set on fire, Kazumihara-san quipped. Hey, Kazumihara-san. I scolded. You have a pretty cute face, so don't say things like pants on fire so casually. Don't shatter boys' illusions about girls. Yeah, I get it. And if it's right before time's up, it's just pure panic. It's a feeling of utter despair. Fujihashi-san exclaimed. So, if you know that despair, it means Fujihashi-san, you've experienced it too. Jinji mumbled. Yeah, Fujihashi-san admitted, her face pained as if an old wound had been reopened. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It seems this time around, I've somehow drawn more people into my life. And you know what? It's not so bad. The air buzzed with the excited chatter of students comparing exam results. How did you do? And I totally messed up this time. Echoed through the room, creating a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere. It was a far cry from my previous life where it had been just Jinji and me. The varied reactions of my new classmates were surprisingly entertaining. If it weren't for that idiot Mitsurugi, things would be truly peaceful. I'm going to get a drink to calm my nerves a bit. Waiting for the results announcement is really bad for my heart, Shijoin-san said, standing up and leaving the classroom with a worried look. From what I'd seen, Shijoin-san had prepared thoroughly for the exam, so I didn't think she needed to worry that much. But Nihama-kun, you've got a showdown coming up and yet you're pretty relaxed, Jinji muttered softly, out of earshot of the girls. Oh, like we talked about the other day, it was just Mitsurugi who decided on this showdown. There's no reason for me to be nervous, I replied. I had no intention of accepting any penalty that would prevent me from approaching Shijoin-san just because of a so-called loss in a match I never agreed to. Well, Mitsurugi would definitely come to compare scores soon, so that part was a bit of a bummer, though I did study hard for the exam itself. My exam was, Shijoin-san started, but was cut off by a sudden shout from the hallway. Hey, the results of the final exams have been posted in the hallway. Suddenly, the hallway erupted in noise as students poured out of their classrooms, filling the corridor with a cacophony of excited chatter. Well then, it's guillotine time, Fujihashi-san. Shall we head to the execution ground together? Kazumihara-san teased. Wait. Let me mentally prepare myself first. Fujihashi-san pleaded, still not quite ready to face the results. It seemed that they were going to check together, but Fujihashi-san was stalling for time. Now then. Well, I'm going to check the results. How about you, Jinji? I asked. I'm coming. I'm definitely not in the top 100, but I still need to check the grade average, Jinji declared, rising from his seat with surprising resolve. Besides, if I'm there with you, it'll act as a buffer when dealing with that idiot Mitsurugi. I'm not letting you face him alone. Knowing full well that there would be a confrontation with the top of the school hierarchy, Jinji was willing to accompany me for my sake. For us otaku types, the high and mighty types were the last people we wanted to deal with, yet here he was, going out of his way for me. Man, you really are a good guy. I'd love to grab a drink with you again sometime. Huh? Drink? Again? Oh, no, I misspoke. I meant, I'd like to have a meal together sometime. Memories of having drinks with him in my previous life surfaced, and I accidentally let it slip. Drinking with superiors was awful, but drinking with him was always enjoyable. All right then. Shall we go? Without any particular anxiety or tension, I stepped into the bustling hallway with Gingy, where the undeniable truth of our exam results awaited us. The hallway where the final exam results were posted was abuzz with activity. Some students were shouting with joy at seeing their names among the top 100, while others walked away dejectedly. But Mitsurugi hasn't approached you at all. I thought there'd at least be some taunting like no matter how hard you try, it's useless, ha ha ha. Gingy spoke up as we pushed through the crowd. I hadn't told Gingy, but I had indeed encountered Mitsurugi. However, he didn't seem interested in demoralizing me, not out of any gentlemanly consideration. Of course, judging by the fact that he barely remembered my name, he didn't even see me as a threat to Mitsurugi. This match is probably just a task to swat away an annoying fly around Shijoin-san. He probably sees me as nothing more than a guaranteed to lose character, not worth the effort of mocking, I explained. Seriously? I can't understand the mindset of someone who takes victory for granted. Gingy grumbled. Me neither. Especially since that prince actually believes he's some kind of noble. Oh, looks like we can finally see the edge of the results sheet. We finally pushed through the throng of students, and the results sheet came into view. Each subject's score and the overall average were displayed in large font, attracting many students. I want to be hit by a truck and reincarnated in another world right now, Gingy mumbled. Hey, what's up with that all of a sudden, Gingy? I never expected to be in the top 100, and the average score was all that mattered to me. But it's way higher than my exam. He lamented. Well, yeah. I agreed, not knowing what to say to comfort him. If I had time, maybe I should check his answers for him next time. Hey, you! Look this way, Mitsurugi. I turned towards the voice and saw a tall, handsome figure standing there with arms crossed. Mitsurugi Hayato, the so-called prince, exuded his usual air of aristocratic entitlement. Are you ready to vanish from sight here? The thought of finally removing you from Haruka's presence is refreshing. Mitsurugi's gaze towards me was filled with clear annoyance, a result of our previous interactions. It seemed that, from his perspective, I had been upgraded from a mere insect to a nuisance worthy of acknowledgement. I told you before, I never agreed to this exam match or any penalties. This is all your own delusion, I retorted. Don't you ever learn? As I said before, you don't have the right to refuse what I decide. The loser of this exam match must never approach Haruka again. That's the rule I set, and it doesn't matter what you think. Mitsurugi spoke as if reciting a well-known fact, his logic resembling childish babble. It was painfully obvious that the reality he perceived was vastly different from ours. This spoiled pretty boy. He's unbelievable. Even with all my experience handling unreasonable people, he's in a class of his own. Hey, I've heard stories, but is this guy for real? This is beyond absurd. Gingy muttered beside me, dumbfounded. Yeah, Gingy, your reaction is perfectly normal. Unfortunately, the world is full of guys like him who think they're the center of the universe. It's best to just steer clear, since having a real conversation with them is impossible. HMPH, I'm gracing you with my attention. You've at least put in some futile effort, haven't you? Mitsurugi sneered. You're pretty confident. Did you study a lot? I asked. No, a falcon doesn't need to practice flying to deal with ground-dwelling creatures. An exam of that level is something I can conquer with my innate abilities. I'm not so idle as to waste unnecessary time, he replied dismissively. Mitsurugi wasn't trying to provoke me. He genuinely believed in his inevitable victory. His expression was that of someone who had never known defeat, the complete opposite of my former self. Well then, let's get this over with. Hey, you guys, move away from the results sheet, he commanded. Huh? Who do you think you are? Mitsurugi? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to get in your way. Sorry, Mitsurugi-kun. Everyone, move aside. Mitsurugi-kun wants to see the results. Amid Sarugi's commanding voice, both boys and girls cleared the path. No one could ignore his words. He was a figure no one could ignore, with a handsome face, athletic prowess, intelligence, and the social clout of his parents, a combination that made him a prince in the eyes of his classmates. While the adult world can be just as superficial, in school, these optional traits often become a distorted measure of one's worth. It's easy to forget that being attractive or athletic doesn't make someone inherently better than anyone else. Just because someone is handsome, popular, or good at sports doesn't mean they're superior. And so, Mitsurugi and I walked through the crowd, which parted before us like the Red Sea, until we stood side by side before the results board that held our fates. "Well then, Nihama, let's have a match," Mitsurugi declared loudly, causing a stir among the onlookers. "Savor your own mediocrity to the fullest. A match? What's going on? Mitsurugi and that Nihama guy are competing on their exam scores?" I see. His words about humiliation and teaching a lesson raised some suspicions, but making this a public challenge, he's clearly trying to magnify my defeat by turning it into a spectacle. This is just like power harassing bosses, berating subordinates in front of everyone to humiliate them, crushing their self-esteem to maintain the hierarchy. It is essentially the same thing. Normally, I'd look down on you from above, but let's see how far you can climb. If your name is within the top 50, I'll praise you," Mitsurugi sneered, starting to trace the rankings from the 100th position upward with his index finger. This performance was likely to attract even more attention, setting the stage to torment me further. "Oh my, I can't seem to find your name at all." "Or did you manage to get somewhat higher?" The final exam encompassed 10 subjects, and the rankings displayed here reflected the total score. In other words, the maximum achievable score was 1,000 points, and the competition Mitsurugi proposed was to see who could get closer to that perfect score. And so, Mitsurugi's finger continued to move. The surrounding students watched with keen interest as Mitsurugi traced the names on the grade list, their eyes glued to this narrow corridor. "Finally, we're in the top 10, huh? 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, ha 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 ha. What? You're not even on the list." Mitsurugi's laughter grew louder as his finger climbed higher, his mocking tone echoing through the hallway. "So, in the end, you aren't even worth competing against." "What?" His finger abruptly stopped, halted by the name written there. Total score, 2nd place, Mitsurugi Hayato, 959 points. Wow! Averaging over 95 points without really studying. He truly was a genius. "Impossible. I'm in 2nd place? Then who is first?" Mitsurugi's head snapped up, his eyes searching the top of the grade list. The surrounding students followed his gaze, their attention focused on that single spot, and there, the name written was, total score, 1st place, Nihama Shinichiro, 971 points. "Yes, you did it, Nihama. Look at that. You really got 1st place." "Ha ha ha ha, amazing. You really did it, you bastard." Jinji's excited shout echoed through the hall, and all the students around, now recognizing me as the top scorer, the gathered students stared at me in astonishment. "That's impossible. This can't be happening." Mitsurugi stared at the results in utter disbelief. For someone who had deemed Nihama a lowly insect, the realization that this very insect has surpassed the prince was a shock that shook his very identity. "But I actually won. I defeated the top dog and surpassed him." Yes, I won. Take that, you arrogant jerk. You've been calling me trash and garbage all this time. Take that." While I maintained a calm exterior, inside, I was doing a victory dance. To be honest, this smug prince had pissed me off to no end, and the feeling of triumph was exhilarating. How did this happen? How could I lose to such a loser? Mitsurugi was still struggling to accept reality. But there were many reasons for this outcome. Firstly, I had realized that academic prowess was essential to avoid ending up in a terrible company like in my previous life, so I had been studying diligently. What had been a painful chore in my previous life became valuable and enjoyable in this one, and I had already achieved a top 10 rank in the midterm exams. However, the primary reason was none other than Shijoin-san. To avoid the light novel Ben, Shijoin-san had asked me to tutor her for the final exams, and I pursued perfection with a newfound joy and sense of purpose. Not wanting to tell Shijoin-san I don't know when asked a question, I memorized almost all the textbooks, meticulously tracked lesson contents and each teacher's question patterns, and created a true perfect notebook. I even went as far as preparing potential questions. Although the study sessions were only a few times a week, I used my private time to continuously prepare. This intensive study routine continued from immediately after the midterms, through the cultural festival, and up until now. The more I worked, the more I met Shijoin-san's expectations, and my academic skills improved as a bonus. It was an incredibly rewarding experience. Also, having taken the same exams in my previous life gave me an edge. Even though I forgot the exact content of the exams I took 14 years ago, attending the classes triggered memories of what had appeared on them. With all these factors combined, I mastered the exam material to the point of complete confidence in having covered the entire exam range. I doubt anyone else prepared as obsessively as I did for these finals. Incidentally, if this had been an exam of pure talent, I likely wouldn't have emerged victorious. It was because the scope was confined to periodic exams that I had a fighting chance. I told you before, I never accepted your challenge, I said to Mitsurugi, who was reeling from his lost sense of superiority. But if you insist on comparing scores, I'll tell you this. I then uttered the words I never got to use in my previous life of continuous losses. I win, Mitsurugi. Declaring the conclusion of this commotion, I stated my victory. A wave of murmurs and gasps rippled through the crowd of students who had witnessed this unexpected turn of events. No way. Nihama-kun actually took first place? Is he really that smart? Wait, so does this mean Nihama beat Mitsurugi in the exam rankings? Mitsurugi lost. Hey, look at Mitsurugi. He's totally stunned. Serves him right for acting so superior all the time. PFFT, haha. Sorry, I can't help but laugh. Mitsurugi was so confident, counting up the ranks. Now he looks like he's about to faint. Upon hearing my victory declaration, the surrounding students erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Mitsurugi had intended to publicly shame me, but it had backfired spectacularly. You must have cheated. There's no way I could lose. There's no way I could lose. Mitsurugi, who had been frozen in shock, suddenly exploded with rage, his body trembling with fury. I could pretty much guess what was going through his mind. As a top dog, winning was a given for him, and that warped pride formed the foundation of his identity. Acknowledging defeat to me would mean the collapse of his entire being. I didn't cheat. I just worked hard. If you consider my newfound perspective from reliving my life and my renewed dedication to studying as cheating, then so be it. But this result was undoubtedly due to my hard work. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way a mere effort could let nobody like you beat me. Losers are worthless because no matter what they do, they can't match up to me. I see, so that's why you constantly belittle others. You think those you can easily trample aren't even worthy of being considered equals, reinforcing your mindset of a noble self versus the common masses. Think whatever you want, but the fact remains, I beat you in the total exam score. Now, what was it you said earlier? I reminded Mitsurugi of his absurd logic from before, knowing it would be crucial now. You declared, the loser of this exam challenge must never approach Haruka again, regardless of their wishes, didn't you? Mitsurugi flinched as I whispered Shijoin-san's name, a subtle reminder of his own words. So that means, regardless of my insistence on not accepting this challenge, according to your rules, the loser, you, must never approach Shijoin-san again. You, how dare you call me the loser? Mitsurugi sputtered, his face contorted in anger. You're the loser, aren't you? Look around you. At my words, Mitsurugi finally seemed to register the situation around him. The faces of the gathered students held no trace of sympathy. Some looked at him with disappointment, others with mockery, and a few barely suppressed their laughter at the prince who had so confidently and loudly proclaimed a challenge, only to lose. Even among these students, they wouldn't react so coldly just because an overconfident guy had failed. This was clearly the result of Mitsurugi's usual behavior. No one here was willing to support him. Didn't you declare your decision final? Then no matter how much it hurts, you need to abide by your own rules, Mitsurugi. What? Trash. You trash. Mitsurugi spat, his voice filled with venom. Call me whatever you like, I replied calmly. But since you lost to this trash, doesn't that make you trash too? Or perhaps even lower? Exclamation mark. Mitsurugi's entire body shook with rage and humiliation, his teeth clenched and his eyes burning with hatred. But I had no desire to engage any further. Turning my back on him, I silently signaled the end of our conversation and walked away with Jinji, leaving Mitsurugi to simmer in his own fury. Section. Congratulations on first place, man. You're incredible. Welcome back, Nahama-kun. 10th place last time was impressive. But first place? That's insane. How hard did you study? Any tips? Please teach me everything. Wait. What? The moment I stepped into the classroom, I was greeted by a chorus of cheers from my classmates, led by Akasaki, the spiky-haired guy, and a swarm of other students. I was completely caught off guard by the sudden attention. Wow, word travels fast. Yeah. You probably didn't notice, but that whole exam showdown was pretty loud. A bunch of students from our class went to watch from afar when Mitsurugi started tracing the scores with his finger, right up until he humiliated himself in front of everyone. I had no idea, I replied, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Jinji explained, and I scratched my head sheepishly. Well, with all that commotion, it was no wonder nearby classes became curious. But why are you closing your eyes, Fudahashi-san? I asked, noticing her odd behavior. I can't bear to look at you right now, Nihama-kun. If I open my eyes, the brilliance of the top-ranked student will blind me. But I want to bask in your good fortune, so I'm praying. Please don't pray to me like I'm a Buddha. I laughed. Thanks, Nihama, you really did a great job. Tsukamoto, the handsome baseball player, chimed in with enthusiasm. For some reason, he seemed extremely fired up. That jerk Mitsurugi called my girlfriend a trash girl just because she was walking in front of him the other day. I almost wanted to deck him right there, but my girlfriend stopped me, saying it would cause trouble for the baseball team. I've been fuming about it ever since. Thanks for putting him in his place. Man, that's rough, I sympathized. Looks like Mitsurugi hadn't done anything good. Yeah. My friend from another class bumped into him in the hallway, and Mitsurugi yelled, "Don't touch me, trash." He was furious. You must have had similar issues with him, right? Thanks for getting revenge on him. It feels great. Akasaki added, "That guy's seriously the worst. When I was walking with a can of coffee, he said, 'I'm thirsty.' Hand it over, and snatched it right out of my hand before walking off like he owned the place." Another classmate chimed in. It seemed that the princeling wasn't just causing trouble for me. Everyone recognized that Mitsurugi was always the instigator, and they were right. Despite all these conflicts, no one had openly defied him until now, likely due to the school hierarchy and the influence of his powerful family in the area. Congratulations on getting first place, Nahama-kun. As a fellow student, I shall now refer to you as the Grey Tycoon. Nahama-sama, Kazumihara-san said with a flourish. Is that supposed to be a joke? I asked, confused by her strange humor. Well, aside from that, I didn't know you were dealing with Mitsurugi Hayato. When I peeked out of the classroom after hearing the commotion, I saw that smug prince's face crumple as he counted the ranks. It was hilarious. Hey, you and a lot of the girls seem pretty happy about his downfall. I thought he was popular with the girls? I questioned. Since I had beaten the handsome prince, I figured there might be some resentment towards me. Oh. There are definitely about 10 to 20 girls who adore his good looks and arrogant behavior. So, yes, he does have high popularity among some girls, Kazumihara-san admitted, adding that most of those girls just liked watching him from a distance. But, at least for me, it's a no-go. A guy who calls people trash by default is just too much in real life, right? I agreed. Other girls nodded in agreement with Kazumihara-san. He calls girls trash or ugly without a second thought. Talking to him makes you feel sick in 3 seconds. Even good looks have their limits. It was clear that one's usual behavior mattered a lot. By the way, Kazumihara-san, have you seen Shijoin-san? I haven't seen her around, I asked, changing the subject. Oh, Nihama-kun, it's clear that Shijoin-san is far more important to you than being first in the grade or the prince, isn't she? Kazumihara-san's glasses glinted as she gave me a knowing smile. Ugh. It was tough dealing with someone who could read me so easily. She went to get a drink from the vending machine in front of the cafeteria. She should be back soon, but if you head that way, you'll probably run into her. Got it. Thanks, I'll head out then. Make sure to share the results of your private study sessions with her, okay? Kazumihara-san teased, her grin widening. Blushing at Kazumihara-san's teasing grin, I excused myself from the group and left the classroom. Honestly, Mitsurugi's defeat and my top ranking didn't matter much to me. What filled my heart now was the fruit of the hard work I shared with the girl I cared about. Chapter 4, An Unavoidable Outcome. Win or lose. As I stepped out into the hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes boring into my back. Whispers followed me like a shadow. That's the guy who ranked first. Yeah, the one who totally crushed Mitsurugi. I heard he barely studied and just glanced at the textbook. He orchestrated this whole thing to provoke and humiliate Mitsurugi. He's kinda terrifying. These rumors were outrageous. Sure, I put in the effort, but Mitsurugi was the architect of his own downfall. But still, the constant congratulations and envious glances made me feel like I'd conquered a formidable foe. The only thing that had been driving me was the desire to meet Shijoin-san's expectations and to make up for my past regrets. I wasn't any smarter than I'd been in my high school days in my previous life, but sometimes, with just the right mindset, you could overcome what you once thought impossible. Huh? Is that? I went back to where the exam results were posted, but the crowd had already dispersed. Mitsurugi was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a girl with long black hair staring at the sheet in shock, her hand covering her mouth. Shijoin-san. Ah, Nihama-kun. She turned, her voice brimming with excitement. I just saw your exam results, Nihama-kun. Shijoin-san paused, her voice catching with a mix of disbelief and elation. I'm so surprised and so happy. She finally burst out, a wide grin spreading across her face. First place in the whole grade. Amazing, amazing, amazing. She bounced on her heels, unable to contain her excitement. I feel like my heart's going to burst from happiness. Hey, I'm happy too, but calm down a bit. You look like a fan leaving an idol concert. I chuckled. Even though the crowd had thinned, the sight of Shijoin-san, a striking beauty, in such high spirits still drew plenty of attention. Aware of the curious gazes upon us, I led her to a quieter spot near the landing of the stairs. Sorry, I got carried away, but I was really happy, she said, her face flushing red as she remembered her own outburst. I knew you'd been working so hard for the finals lately, Nihama-kun. When I saw your efforts rewarded in the best possible way, I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Shijoin-san, the beautiful girl with black hair, celebrated my success with heartfelt words and a beaming smile. Her pure, untainted heart blossomed like a flower. Captivated by her presence, I momentarily forgot what to say. Thank you. Hearing that from you, Shijoin-san, makes me incredibly happy. The girl I loved had recognized my efforts and shared my joy as if it were her own. Sometimes, words felt insufficient. I couldn't find the right ones to express the warmth blossoming within me. Congrats from me too, Shijoin-san, I stammered, barely able to meet her gaze. 58th place is a pretty big jump from last time, huh? Yes, she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. I was so nervous, I had to practically force myself to look at the results. And even then, I needed a few cups of coffee for courage. But somehow, I did much better than last time. Yeah, I'm really happy for you too. And hey, now that you scored above average, the light novel ban is officially lifted, right? Ah. Yes, her voice trailed off, a soft sigh escaping her lips. You're right, the ban on light novels has been lifted. Wait, was she really that nervous because of the light novel ban? Was that why she was so tense? She had initially asked me to help her study for that very reason. After all, there couldn't be any other reason for her to be that nervous, could there? No, she said, her voice barely a whisper, as if sharing a secret. I didn't forget about that. Of course, but the real reason I was so nervous was you, Nihama-kun. Huh? Me? The unexpected mention of my name caught me completely off guard, and I couldn't help but blink in surprise. Yes, she continued, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. It started with my request for help, but you went above and beyond. With a gentle smile, Shijoin-san recalled our shared study sessions before the cultural festival, her voice tinged with warmth as she continued. You summarized those dense reference books, she began, recreated entire lessons with your incredible notes, even crafted practice problems from scratch. It was far more than just help. A wave of embarrassment washed over me, but I told you many times that it helped me study too, so you don't need to worry about it. Besides, you always treated me to juice and snacks. The truth was, those study sessions with Shijoin-san had been pureless for me, but I couldn't bring myself to admit that. So she seemed perpetually concerned about imposing on my time without offering anything in return. I accepted her snacks during our study sessions, hoping it would put her mind at ease, even if it was just a small gesture. I know, she trailed off, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice, but even I can see that snacks were nowhere near enough to repay your efforts. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she continued. So, as our study sessions went on, the light novel ban kind of faded into the background. What really started to worry me was the thought of not living up to all the effort you were putting in. That was my biggest fear. Then, Shijoin-san fixed her gaze upon me, her eyes shimmering with profound gratitude and a clear sense of accomplishment. Thanks to you, Nihama-kun, I was able to achieve this, she declared, her voice filled with pride. I wanted to be able to say that to you with absolute certainty. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, the embodiment of pure joy, as if her success was a direct reflection of the effort I had put in. Shijoin-san, I found myself saying, you have a really amazing smile. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, but she didn't look away. Thank you, she replied softly, but Nihama-kun, you have a very nice smile, too. Yeah, I agreed, a warmth spreading through my chest. We both worked hard, spurred on by the desire to see each other succeed. A shared sense of accomplishment washed over us, and we couldn't help but laugh. But the blissful atmosphere was shattered by a voice I would rather have never heard. Hey, Haruka. I heard everything. Our sweet moment shattered, and I was jolted back to reality. Turning around, I saw the face of the guy I despised, the Hans jerk who had just embarrassed himself by losing to me in the exam, Mitsurugi Hayato. What the hell is he doing here? I wondered, watching as Mitsurugi approached Shijoin-san. Her eyes widened in confusion. Mitsurugi-kun, is there something you need? She stammered, clearly taken aback by his sudden appearance. Yes, that's right, Mitsurugi declared. I overheard your conversation earlier. You were looking for a tutor to help with your grades, weren't you? That's true, but Shijoin-san trailed off, uncertain of his intentions. Then celebrate, Mitsurugi proclaimed. From now on, I'll be the one tutoring you. What the hell is he talking about? I muttered under my breath. I wasn't in a rush, Mitsurugi continued, as this was destined to happen anyway. But it's time to make the nature of our relationship clear. And becoming your tutor seems like an excellent way to do just that. We'll spend time together, and I'll help you study. What are you even talking about? Shijoin-san exclaimed, her confusion and discomfort evident. Mitsurugi's words were like a bizarre fever dream to her. since she knew nothing of our bet. His sudden declaration of a childhood connection was utterly baffling. Undeterred, Mitsurugi pressed on, oblivious to her reaction. There's no need to be shy. We've known each other since childhood. I can still vividly recall the excitement I felt when we first met. Surely, you feel the same. Mitsurugi, seemingly oblivious to her confusion, continued to speak as if lost in his own fantasy. Since childhood? I'm sorry, but I don't really remember. Shijoin-san replied hesitantly, her confusion evident. Her words were like a bucket of ice water thrown over Mitsurugi's fervent declarations. What? He sputtered, taken aback. To be honest, Shijoin-san began hesitantly, I don't recall meeting you at any party when we were little. I only learned about it when you mentioned it in high school. What? Mitsurugi stammered, his confidence shaken. For him, their supposed childhood encounter had clearly been a significant event. But for Shijoin-san, it held no meaning. The realization that she had completely forgotten him struck him like a thunderbolt. He had never considered the possibility of being so easily dismissed. Well, no matter, he tried to recover, but his voice faltered. We'll be spending lots of time together studying from now on. You'll soon see how amazing I am. Despite being momentarily thrown off by Shijoin-san's honest response, Mitsurugi quickly regained his composure. Why couldn't he just slink away in embarrassment? I thought in frustration. Rest assured, Haruka, he declared, his voice dripping with arrogance. I am far superior to that piece of shit over there. I'll have your grades in the top 5 in no time. Useless. Piece of shit? Shijoin-san looked at Mitsurugi, her confusion mixed with disgust. How dare he use such vulgar language in front of her? How dare you approach Shijoin-san after losing the challenge? I retorted. You yourself made the rule that the loser would stay away from her. Shut up, you annoying insect. He spat. The rule is that I get what I want, and right now, I want to talk to Haruka. So buzz off and don't interrupt us. What the hell does he mean by our conversation? This bastard. He's impossible to reason with. I knew he wouldn't back down easily, but his behavior exceeded my worst expectations. If he was this shameless, rules and promises meant nothing to him. Haruka, Mitsurugi declared, you don't need to rely on this loser anymore. My teaching skills are unparalleled. I'll even invite you to the Mitsurugi residence for personal lessons. This had to stop. I couldn't let him continue this charade. I refuse, Shijoin-san declared, her voice shattering the tension with startling conviction. I have nothing to learn from you. My mind went blank. I froze, my mouth half open, ready to confront Mitsurugi. The words died on my lips as Shijoin-san's voice pierced the tense silence, dripping with a disdain I had never heard from her before. It was as if a viper had suddenly emerged from a bouquet of flowers. Its venom potent and unexpected. What? Mitsurugi stammered, clearly taken aback. You're rejecting my offer to teach you? Disbelief twisted in my gut. How could he be so blind to the reality of the situation? I've tried talking to you so many times since we started high school. Mitsurugi-kun, Shijoin-san's voice was a frigid blade, slicing through the tension. But you never change. Her words were so chilling, so unlike the usual warmth and cheer that radiated from her, that I almost questioned if it was truly Shijoin-san speaking. The transformation from bubbly girl to ice queen was jarring, leaving me utterly speechless. It's always about what you want, never a thought for anyone else's feelings. That's precisely why I've always avoided you. Her words dripped with condemnation. Yet Mitsurugi remained utterly clueless. Their perceptions of the world were so vastly different. Her words might as well have been in a foreign language. What are you even going on about? He scoffed. What's wrong with knowing what I want? Only weaklings worry about other people's feelings. I am Mitsurugi Hayato, superior in every way, and the perfect match for you. Superior? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Shijoin-san's voice remained glacial. Yet a hint of astonishment tinged her words. It means I'm better than everyone else. Mitsurugi puffed up his chest, his arrogance radiating off him in waves. Your family name and looks put you in a league of your own. It's only logical for you to be with someone like me, not that loser over there. He gestured dismissively towards me, Shijoin-san stared at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Mitsurugi's words and actions were so outlandishly delusional that they defied any attempt at rational understanding. "Are you even listening to the nonsense coming out of your mouth?" I scoffed, my words dripping with sarcasm. "I won the challenge, remember?" "That's enough." Shijoin-san's voice rang out, firm and authoritative. Whoa. That intimidating voice that sent chills down my spine. Did that just come from Shijoin-san? "You've done nothing but spew insults." Her words were edged with fury, her voice raised in a way I'd never before witnessed. "You've called Nahama-kun a loser, piece of shit, and an insect. Don't you realize how disrespectful that is?" Shijoin-san, normally the epitome of composure, was now ablaze with anger. "Nahama-kun is juggling his own studies, yet he still took the time to create personalized materials and practice problems for me, going above and beyond what any teacher would do." Her voice quivered with barely restrained fury. "And you dare to belittle his efforts? Who in the world do you think you are?" She was angry, fiercely angry, and it was all on my behalf. "What, Haruka? What's gotten into you? Who cares about this loser?" "Someone like you should be with someone like me," Mitsurugi sputtered, his tone reflecting his wounded pride. "From my perspective, I don't understand a single thing you're saying," Shijoin-san retorted, her voice rising in pitch. "The only thing I do understand is that you're incredibly rude and unpleasant." A rare fire ignited in Shijoin-san's eyes, replacing her usual gentle expression with pure indignation. "I hate you," she declared, her voice trembling with barely contained rage. "Don't ever talk to me again." With those final words, Mitsurugi froze, eyes wide with shock. The sheer force of her rejection and disdain shattered his carefully crafted facade, leaving him a hollow shell of his former self. "Nahama-kun, I can't talk calmly right now, so I'll see you later. I just can't stand being near this person anymore." Shijoin-san spun on her heel and fled, unable to contain the torrent of emotions within her. And left behind was, wait, Haruka. Mitsurugi, his bravado now evaporated, reached out weakly in the direction Shijoin-san had disappeared. His voice and outstretched hand were met only with empty air, leaving him swaying precariously. He seemed utterly lost, his world turned upside down by the harsh rejection. Why did this happen?" he mumbled repeatedly, his voice filled with despair. But I knew the answer. It was as plain as day to anyone with a shred of empathy. From a common-sense perspective, a person who disregarded others was the type Shijoin-san disliked the most. However, beyond that obvious reason, there was something else he needed to understand. "Would you like me to tell you why?" "Your entire premise was flawed from the start." "What?" Mitsurugi turned to me, his usual arrogance replaced with bewilderment. I pointed out the glaring flaw in his logic. "You keep prattling on about destiny and the like, but you're not actually in love with Shijoin-san, are you?" Mitsurugi remained frozen, his eyes wide with a stunned silence. "I knew something was off when you talked about her," I continued. "You only ever mentioned her looks or her family status, never anything about her personality. It was like you were talking about an object, not a person." My own feelings for Shijoin-san made it painfully clear. For a teenage boy, especially someone as straightforward as Mitsurugi, genuine feelings for a girl would be filled with passion and warmth, but he spoke of Shijoin-san as if he were analyzing a prized possession, devoid of any real emotional connection. "You're far too obsessed with this upper and lower class nonsense," I added. "It's like nothing outside that rigid view exists for you." Mitsurugi had always been this way, his worldview warped by a rigid belief in social hierarchy. "The very idea that someone like you could be with Haruka is absurd." His words echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of his distorted perspective. Someone from the lower ranks should bow down to someone like me from the upper ranks and be grateful for being allowed to exist. That's common sense, isn't it? Mitsurugi's voice dripped with disdain. "Even for a high school student, your ignorance of basic social norms is astounding. Just how clueless are you?" His words never reflected his true thoughts or desires but were instead rigidly bound to imaginary rules and the supposed shame of breaking them. Despite claiming to have absolute freedom, Mitsurugi was shackled to the illusion of being upper class. Ironically, his behavior mirrored the unspoken laws of the school caste system. The top tier is superior. The top tier socializes exclusively with the top tier. The lower tiers flock together, and the lower tiers must never challenge the top tier. His actions were dictated by rules no one had ever agreed upon. You fixated on Shijoin-san solely because of her family background and beauty. You thought having her would elevate your own status, didn't you? I challenged him. What he saw in Shijoin-san wasn't her true self, but merely her surface-level top-notch qualities. It was akin to valuing a person based on the brand of their clothes, completely ignoring their essence. And you assumed that as someone of the top-tier rank you would naturally be accepted by Shijoin-san. But unfortunately for you, Shijoin-san doesn't share that warped worldview. That's why you were ejected. In a way, he was the epitome of the school's caste system. He clung to the notion that being upper class was an absolute, universal truth. What the hell are you saying? Haruka is from the Shijoin family, not some random low tier. That's why, if I get her, I'll reach even greater heights. And for her, being with an upper-class man like me would bring her happiness. How can you not see this obvious truth? Mitsurugi sputtered, his face a mask of bewilderment. The concept that others might hold different values seemed utterly alien to him. Well, that's for you to figure out, I retorted. But you have no right to be angry. What? Isn't it obvious? The Shijoin family far surpasses the Mitsurugi family in both lineage and wealth. By your own twisted logic of upper and lower, you should accept this rejection silently, no matter how bruised your ego is. Ugh. Mitsurugi seemed ready to lash out instinctively, but my words had trapped him in his own twisted logic. He couldn't refute my argument without contradicting his own beliefs. Goodbye, Mitsurugi, I said, turning to leave. At first, I thought you were just a self-absorbed jerk. But now I see you're far more pathetic, trapped in a delusion of rank and chasing after girls you don't even care about. I didn't expect Mitsurugi to have any sort of epiphany from our conversation, but if shaking his warped worldview could even slightly reduce the chances of him seeking revenge or resorting to stalking, it was worth a shot. Hoping to never cross paths with him again, I quickly left the scene. Section. I'm so sorry for leaving you alone back there, Shijoin-san exclaimed as I approached her in the courtyard, where she was taking deep breaths to calm herself. I got so worked up, I felt like I was going to explode. I just needed a moment to myself to cool down. Though, I'm still not quite there yet, she admitted, her voice still laced with residual anger. No, it's okay, I assured her. Actually, it's my fault. I should have been the one to stand up to Mitsurugi when he was insulting me. In the end, it was Shijoin-san who delivered the knockout punch, leaving Mitsurugi reeling. The fact that I had to rely on her to silence such an insufferable jerk made me feel utterly pathetic. Nihama-kun, you did nothing wrong, she insisted. I just couldn't keep my anger bottled up any longer. I was having such a lovely time talking with you, and then honestly, I've never been this angry in my life, Shijoin-san said, still fuming with anger. Dealing with that idiotic prince from start to finish was a terrible experience, but seeing this unfamiliar side of the person I liked was refreshingly new and precious. It's unusual to see you this angry, Shijoin-san, I admitted. It was often said that still waters run deep, and the anger displayed by the usually serene and angelic Shijoin-san was a testament to that. Her words, though calmer now, still crackled with a lingering resentment. I didn't expect him to be so rude, she sighed, a hint of disgust in her voice. Well, I won't be dealing with him anymore, so it's not important. Her blunt dismissal, so unlike her usual gentle nature, was startling. It was as if she had already erased Mitsurugi from her mind, reducing him to a mere annoyance. The sheer disdain in her tone revealed the depth of her anger towards his disrespectful behavior. I made a mental note to tell Shijoin-san about Mitsurugi's ridiculous challenge later. Now didn't seem like the right time to bring up that idiot's name. Anyway, Shijoin-san exhaled, a hint of a smile returning to her face. Let's forget about him for now. Nihama-kun, As a thank you for all your help during our study sessions, I wanted to ask, is there any food you don't like? Food that I don't like? Well, as long as it's not too strange. I'm not picky. I assumed she was planning to buy me some fancy snacks as a gesture of appreciation. While it wasn't necessary, I felt I should accept if she wanted to thank me for my help. But Shijoin-san's next words completely caught me off guard. That's good to know, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll need to talk to my parents about it. But I want to invite you to my house, Nahama-kun. I'll cook lunch and bake some sweets for you. Chapter 5, Invitation to the Shijoin Residence. My name is Tokamian Shijoin, a man who's built a comfortable life for himself and his family. As I relaxed in our living room with my wife, Akiko, and my daughter, Haruka, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. 58th in the grade. I beamed at Haruka, holding her report card. You've done incredibly well. Your grades have improved so much since the last midterm. Examining the report card Haruka brought home, I couldn't help but grin with pride. The numbers on the page were a testament to her dedication and hard work. Yes, I studied really hard. Haruka's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, does this mean the light novel ban is? Of course. It's lifted, I said with a chuckle. But don't get so absorbed that it affects your studies in the future, alright? Yes, I'll be careful. Haruka's delighted response confirms her love for illustrated novels. My daughter was a dedicated student, but her innocent nature often led her to lose track of time while reading or watching videos. While I had to set some limits this time, I was proud of how she handled it. I certainly didn't want to discourage her hobbies, but balance was important. Akiko nodded in agreement. Your grades have improved remarkably, haven't they? You've been coming home late quite often lately. Were you staying after school to study? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yes, exactly. I have a friend who's excellent at studying and has been helping me after school. They're amazing at teaching and really know how to keep me motivated. I'm so grateful. Wow, they're spending so much time helping you? You found a really good friend. Yes, they're truly amazing. Haruka's eyes sparkled with pride. Even while helping me study, they managed to score first in the entire grade on their own exams. Oh, that's truly impressive. It's remarkable to dedicate so much time to a friend while maintaining top grades. They must be incredibly driven. But Haruka, your grades have improved significantly across the board. It's quite impressive. Which subjects did your friend help you with? Well, initially, Nihama-kun focused on the subjects I was struggling with, but before I knew it, they were helping me with all 10, to some extent. All of them? Isn't that a lot? How much time did this friend spend with you? I thought so too and mentioned it several times, but they insisted. It helps my own studies, and it's enjoyable, so they continued helping me a lot. I tried to show my gratitude by bringing snacks and drinks. That friend is truly either a saintly fool or incredibly loyal. I mused aloud, unable to fully comprehend such dedication. And not just that, Haruka continued, her voice filled with awe. They knew exactly what would be on the tests. My grades really improved because of them. Akiko's eyebrows rose in surprise. My, what an extraordinary friend. Wait a minute. Could this be the same classmate who single-handedly planned the entire cultural festival, prepared everything, and even directed the event itself? It seemed my wife was more in the loop than I was. While I had been pleased with Haruka's glowing report about the festival's success, I hadn't realized the extent of her friend's involvement. Yes, that's right. Haruka confirmed excitedly. They had a meticulously crafted plan and gave incredibly clear instructions, essentially taking on the role of leader and being incredibly busy. But even with all that, they still made time for our study sessions, although less frequently. Wait a minute, Akiko interjected, her brow furrowing with concern. What kind of person are they? It sounds like they're taking on an impossible workload. That's an incredible workload for anyone, let alone a high school student, I remarked, my concern increasing. In my company, that level of responsibility would trigger an immediate review of employee well-being. Well, they always say, if I don't get enough sleep, I'll just suddenly drop dead one day, Haruka chuckled, her voice tinged with a hint of concern for her friends' well-being. So they make sure to get plenty of rest, no matter how busy they are. They're just incredibly efficient and quick at getting things done. The more I hear, the less they sound like a typical high school student. Akiko mused, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Especially that comment about sleep struck a chord. It sounded like it came from personal experience, perhaps even the loss of a loved one due to overwork. So, Haruka continued, her eyes sparkling with determination, to thank them for everything they've done. I want to invite them over this Saturday. Oh, to our house? Akiko clarified. Yes, Haruka nodded enthusiastically. I considered buying a gift, but I thought that preparing everything myself and hosting a lunch for them would be a better way to show my appreciation. Hearing Haruka's words, a wave of parental pride washed over me. It was heartwarming to see her developing such a thoughtful and considerate attitude, unspoiled by our family's wealth. Her desire to express gratitude through personal effort spoke volumes about her character. That's a wonderful idea, Haruka, I said, beaming. I'd love to help, but if you want to take charge, go right ahead. Right, dear? I turned to Akiko, seeking her approval. Absolutely, she replied with a warm smile. Just make sure you give them a proper welcome. Haruka's academic improvement was remarkable. If it was truly all thanks to this friend, then their teaching skills were not only impressive but worthy of a professional tutor's salary. We certainly needed to reciprocate their kindness and ensure they felt appreciated. Considering how much they've done for Haruka, I began, a thoughtful look on my face. We should offer something in return. Unfortunately, I have a prior engagement that day and won't be able to meet them. It's a shame, as I'd love to thank them personally and see what kind of extraordinary student they are, but it can't be helped. That's wonderful. Thank you, Father. Haruka beamed, her gratitude evident. Haha, I'm not the kind of narrow-minded man who would oppose my daughter inviting a friend over, I replied with a hearty chuckle. Today was turning out to be a truly wonderful day. It warmed my heart to hear Haruka's sincere thanks and see the joy radiating from her. Oh, the child who shone at the cultural festival, wasn't it? What's wrong, Akiko? I asked, slightly perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. No, it's nothing, Tokai-mun, she replied with a cryptic smile. Her enigmatic response left me curious. What could have caused that reaction? All right, I'll let my friend know about Saturday then, Haruka exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Now, I'm off to brainstorm the lunch and snack menu for that day. No sooner had the words left Haruka's lips than she dashed off to the room, brimming with excitement. Haha, the friendship between young girls is a wonderful thing, I chuckled, watching her go. Until now, it seemed she didn't have anyone she could truly call a close friend. But they seemed to have formed a deep bond. Yes, it's truly heartwarming, Akiko agreed, her smile widening into a grin. What's so funny? I questioned, raising an eyebrow at her amusement. Why are you giving me that knowing look? Akiko had been acting suspiciously for a while now, stifling giggles and exchanging cryptic glances with Haruka. No, it's nothing, Tokai-mun, she replied, a playful glint in her eyes. I'm just looking forward to meeting this friend of Haruka's. Saturday can't come soon enough. Oh, I see, I said, a hint of suspicion lingering in my voice. Since I won't be able to meet them, please convey my gratitude and ask them to continue looking after Haruka. Remind them that she can be a bit forgetful and I hope they'll continue to support her. PFFT. Akiko burst out laughing, unable to contain herself any longer. What is it? I asked, thoroughly perplexed by her sudden outburst. What should I do? What should I do? I moaned, pacing back and forth in the living room with my head in my hands. The cause of my distress? The invitation from the Shijoin family. Of course, it seemed Shijoin-san had successfully pleaded her case, and I was now officially invited to their home. Me, going to the Shijoin residence. I never imagined such a scenario. It wasn't that it was a problem, per se. It was just that the thought of stepping into the Shijoin household was incredibly nerve-wracking. What should I do? About going to the Shijoin house, it wasn't a problem, but I needed to mentally prepare myself. What's got you so worked up, Ana-chan? My little sister, Kaneko, popped into the living room, her presence breaking me out of my internal monologue. She'd been spending a lot of time here lately. Oh, don't tell me. Did you lose the contest against that so-called prince? She asked, her eyes wide with concern. No, I crushed him by taking first place in the grade. Moreover, he tried to hit on Shijoin-san despite the loser rules he set himself, but she told him, "Don't ever talk to me again," and it seemed to break his spirit. Whoa, that's a total victory. So, what's got you so worried then? Kaneko's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, you see, I began, explaining the situation. Even Kaneko was surprised to hear about the invitation to the Shijoin residence. To their house? Wow, that's way beyond just a chance. She's totally into you, she squealed, clapping her hands excitedly. Don't be ridiculous, Kaneko, I said, trying to temper her enthusiasm. Like I said before, Shijoin-san is a pure-hearted, somewhat naive girl. It's not a romantic thing, she simply wants to thank me for helping her with her studies. I knew Shijoin-san had always worried about whether the study sessions she requested were a burden on me. If I were in her position, I would also want to express my gratitude in the best way possible, but still, the fact that she's inviting you over means she really trusts you. This is a huge deal, Kaneko insisted, her excitement undimmed. Yeah, I understand, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. But I'm just nervous about making a good impression. I need to plan everything carefully. Kaneko gave me a warm, encouraging smile. Don't worry, she said. You'll be fine. Just be yourself and show them the kind and caring person you are. Thanks, Kaneko, I replied, feeling a bit more at ease. I appreciate your support. Her words reassured me. I knew I needed to prepare, but I also had to remember to be genuine and enjoy this experience. After all, it was an invitation from a friend who clearly valued my company and wanted to express her gratitude. Wasn't it more like she invited you with teary eyes, saying, "This Saturday, my parents won't be home?" Kaneko teased, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Don't go conjuring up some steamy scenario with Shijoin-san, I retorted, my cheeks flushing at the thought. She invited me with a pure and innocent smile, saying, "Please let me invite you to my home." Despite my protests, I couldn't help but briefly imagine Shijoin-san whispering those words with a shy, tender expression. So, what's the problem, Ana-chan? Kaneko asked, tilting her head in confusion. If your crush invites you to her house, isn't that a good thing? You should be happy. I don't have any suitable clothes, I blurted out, my voice tinged with desperation. Huh? I don't have anything to wear for the day. Even if I tried to buy something now, I have no idea what would be appropriate. I groaned, my anxiety returning in full force. In this life, I'd used the mental strength and knowledge I gained in my previous life to navigate various challenges, but when it came to fashion, I was a lost cause. Back then, I was so consumed by my corporate job and never had a girlfriend, so my wardrobe consisted solely of business attire, suits, shirts, and ties. I never had to worry about coordinating an outfit for a private meeting with a girl. Being invited to someone's house is even more significant than a date. There's no way I can show up in my usual off-the-rack clothes. Damn it. I need to hit up a department store or a men's boutique right now. I started to panic. Hold it right there, Kaneko interrupted firmly. Gah? I turned to her, startled. Just as I was about to bolt out the door, Kaneko's fist connected with my stomach in a surprisingly forceful punch. What was that for? I gasped, clutching my abdomen. Domestic violence? Relax, Ana-chan, she said, her voice surprisingly calm. If you're not used to buying clothes, rushing into a department store will only end in disaster. You'll probably end up with something ridiculous and blow all your savings. He had painted a painfully accurate picture of my potential future. You don't have to go overboard, she continued, her tone softening, but still. I protested weakly. You're a high school student. It's perfectly normal to wear affordable clothes. If you show up in something overly expensive, It'll look out of place and make you stand out awkwardly. Really? I found myself sitting back down, hanging on to Kaneko's every word. It was a humbling realization that I, a supposedly mature adult in my past life, was now seeking fashion advice from my middle school-aged sister. Yeah, even some middle school girls try to wear brand-name clothes or bags, Kaneko remarked, rolling her eyes, but since they wear them without any style, they end up looking tacky and even younger than they are. Middle school girls with designer bags? That was a terrifying thought. Are their parents all wealthy professionals? So, even if you wear inexpensive clothes, just make sure you look presentable, Kaneko continued, her tone shifting to one of authority. Take a bath, brush your teeth, trim your nose hairs, and obviously, wear clean clothes. Oh, but at least pay attention to the color of your outfit. See color? Why does that matter? I asked, feeling a bit lost. It's not a huge deal, but for a first-time visit to someone's home, it's best to avoid black and go for brighter colors. Among the clothes you have, maybe a striped or blue t-shirt with a plain white shirt underneath. For pants, even slightly darker colors are fine, but if you're wearing a white top, brown cotton pants might be better, right? Who knew my little sister was such a fashionista? You're as sharp as ever, I remarked, shaking my head with a wry smile. But how did you know what kind of clothes I have? Well, duh, Kaneko retorted with a playful smirk. You've always been hopeless at coordinating your casual clothes. I'd often watch you and think, if only he'd do this or that, it would look better. Ana-chan, you're so lame. There you go, insulting me again. I sighed, but then a thought struck me. Wait a minute, Kaneko, does that mean, even when I was that gloomy guy mumbling to himself, you were still paying enough attention to me to know what clothes I own? Well, it's not like anyone's ever been invited to their crush's house before a date, right? She quipped. You'll have to figure out what to do on your own once you're there, but hey, it's a big deal. So go and win the princess's heart. Okay, I'll do my best, I replied, a surge of determination coursing through me. A big deal indeed. This was the first time I would be interacting with Shijoin-san outside of school-related activities, and being invited to her home was a significant step for someone who harbored feelings for her. But remember, Kaneko warned, her tone turning serious, no matter how excited you get, you can't do anything naughty at someone else's house, okay? I know, I retorted, feigning exasperation. What do you take me for? A virgin whose mind is consumed by thoughts of a certain girl, right? She teased, poking me in the ribs. That was undeniably true. But she didn't have to put it so bluntly. Despite her teasing, I was grateful for Kaneko's support. Time flew by as we joked and bickered, and before I knew it, the day of my visit to the Shijoin residence had arrived. The Shijoin family's mansion was tucked away from the main roads, and even when I had walked Shijoin-san home before, it was quite a trek. This time, she insisted on picking me up, stating firmly that I was a guest and it was only proper. So, here I was, walking towards our agreed meeting point, but still, just the fact that I'm meeting Shijoin-san on a weekend, let alone being invited to her family's home, it's hard to believe this is actually happening. The more I interacted with Shijoin-san in this life, the more I realized the extent of her natural charm and graciousness. Most people, even if they were grateful for help, wouldn't go so far as to invite a male classmate, who isn't even their boyfriend, to their home. Ugh, my heart is pounding. I might have had the mindset of an old man, but my heart still beat with the intensity of a 16-year-old. The mix of excitement and nervousness was almost overwhelming. Just breathe, Shinichiro. You can do this. The thrill of being invited by the girl I liked with the words, "I want to thank you for the study session, so please let me invite you to my home," was almost enough to make me burst with happiness. Yet, the thought of stepping into the esteemed Shijoin household filled me with trepidation. No, I shouldn't overthink it. Let's just enjoy today. Shijoin-san invited me because she wants me to have a good time. Lost in my thoughts, I arrived at the meeting spot earlier than expected. I hadn't intended to be early, but the ingrained habits from my corporate slave days had apparently taken over, and I found myself 15 minutes early without even realizing it. All right. First, I'll contact her. I instinctively reached for my flip phone before a wave of realization washed over me. In my past life, meetings were pretty much the only time I left the office. So, when I got to the meeting spot, my hand automatically reached for my phone like I used to text my boss or colleagues. But then, I realized with a jolt that I didn't even have Shijoin-san's number saved. That's right. I don't even know her email address. In this era, smartphones and chat apps weren't common, so email was the primary way to communicate. Exchanging contact information was the first step toward building a closer relationship, just like it would be in the future. I thought I was getting closer to Shijoin-san, but if we don't even know each other's email addresses, realistically, we're still just classmates. When it comes to romance, I haven't even reached the starting line yet. Moreover, spring was drawing to a close, and summer loomed on the horizon. Without contact information, we would have almost no way to reach each other during the summer vacation. It'll end up being no different from the summer in my previous life, a summer without Shijoin-san. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I was surprised by the intensity of my own reaction. It seemed my feelings for her ran deeper than I'd previously admitted, even to myself. Lost in these thoughts, I was jolted back to reality by a cheerful voice behind me. "Good morning, Nahama-kun." Shijoin-san? I turned around to find her standing there, transformed by an unfamiliar outfit. Wow, how should I put it? She looks absolutely stunning. Shijoin-san's casual clothes outside of school were astonishingly striking. The white blouse with a delicate frill accentuated her curves, while the flowing black skirt revealed glimpses of her slender legs. She looked like a captivating noblewoman from a bygone era. I knew you'd arrive early, Nahama-kun." Shijoin-san greeted me with a warm smile. "Thank you for accepting my invitation today." Seeing her in casual clothes, outside the confines of our school uniforms, was a refreshing and unexpected delight. Her smile was as radiant as ever, filling me with a quiet sense of joy. Just being here with her was enough to make this a good day. Being able to meet and talk with Shijoin-san outside of school was wonderful. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me to your home and preparing a meal," I stammered, a warmth spreading across my cheeks. "And also," Shijoin-san tilted her head, her curiosity piqued by my awkward pause. My sister Kanako's words echoed in my head. "You absolutely have to say it." Being too embarrassed is not an excuse. With a deep breath, I gathered my courage and spoke. "That outfit, it really suits you." "It's, elegant and beautiful." My face flushed with warmth as I stammered out my honest feelings. I had actually said it. It was incredibly embarrassing, but I had managed to express my honest feelings. "I'm glad to hear you say that," Shijoin-san giggled, a playful twinkle in her eyes. It was worth taking the time to choose my outfit carefully. She placed a hand over her chest, a gesture that both amused and endeared me. "Thank goodness." I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems my sister's advice to compliment her outfit worked even on the naturally charming Shijoin-san. "We could chat here all day," Shijoin-san said with a gentle smile, "but it's time to head to my house." "Please, get in." "All right. Wait, is that a Rolls-Royce?" The car Shijoin-san gestured towards was an iconic symbol of luxury. It was fitting for a family of the Shijoin's wealth, but as a former corporate drone, I never imagined I'd find myself in such a prestigious vehicle. Thank you for picking me up," I stammered, a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected luxury. I had just resolved to relax and enjoy the day, but the sight of the Rolls-Royce's interior, something straight out of a movie, instantly made me feel out of place. "Is it really okay for me to get in with my shoes on?" I wondered nervously. "Nice to meet you, Nahama-sama. I'm the chauffeur." Natsukaizaki. The driver, a sturdy-looking man in his 40s, turned to greet me. It wasn't surprising for a family like the Shijoins to have a chauffeur, but for someone like me, it felt like something straight out of a dream. "Nice to meet you too. I'm from Makura Corporation." No, wait. My hand instinctively reached for a non-existent business card. A reflex from my past life. Oh, what am I doing? Sorry. I got nervous and said something strange. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Nihama Shinichiro, a classmate of Shijoin-san's. Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nihama-sama, Natsukaizaki replied with a polite smile. I was surprised when the lady of the house informed me that Haruka-sama's friend was a boy. But you're quite well-mannered. Did something about that sound strange? Don't worry about it. Natsukaizaki chuckled dismissively, but my instincts, honed from years of navigating corporate politics, were screaming at me not to ignore this. All right, let's go. Natsukaizaki-san, please. Shijoin-san's voice interrupted my thoughts, and the engine purred to life as we began our journey to the Shijoin estate. Chapter 6, Caught confessing my feelings to the girl I like's mother. The Shijoin residence, which I had seen briefly the day before, was even more impressive now that I could take it in fully, its vastness and grandeur truly breathtaking. It was absolutely massive. While it wasn't quite a castle or a skyscraper like those depicted in manga about wealthy families, it was easily 3 or 4 times larger than a typical 2-story house. The car ride there was a mix of delight and torment. Why did Shijoin-san have to sit so close? My face is turning red just thinking about it. On the way to the Shijoin household, we chatted about various topics, and the conversation grew quite animated. No other story captures the essence of sibling love quite like the Scrap Princess light novel. I suddenly feel lonely without a sister, said Shijoin-san. We talked about all sorts of things, the conversation flowing easily between us. However, the distance between us was impossible to ignore. Even in a spacious Rolls-Royce, the interior felt confined with Shijoin-san sitting beside me in the backseat, her sweet fragrance almost tangible. We talked the entire ride to her house. Come on in, everything's ready, Shijoin-san exclaimed with a bright smile. Following Shijoin-san's lead, I walked through an absurdly large garden. It was beautifully maintained, with a vibrant array of blooming flowers and precisely trimmed trees that would delight any visitor. The sight of a house with a garden the size of a small park was almost surreal to me. I'm home. Please open the door, Shijoin-san announced at the grand entrance. With a soft click, the electronic lock disengaged, either recognizing her voice or through a security camera. And so, I crossed the threshold into the uncharted territory of the Shijoin household. Wow, with ceilings this high, this place seems more like a mansion and less like a house. Stepping into the Shijoin mansion, I was greeted by an atmosphere of understated elegance. A crystal vase overflowing with seasonal flowers, a sparkling chandelier, and carefully curated furnishings adorned the space. As expected of a distinguished family, there was no trace of the gaudy, over-the-top style often associated with nouveau riche homes. Instead, a sense of refined taste and understated elegance permeated the air. This is the living room. Please, have a seat. Shijoin-san gestured towards a spacious room that resembled an expansive suite in a luxury hotel. I nervously settled onto a plush sofa that had an incredibly luxurious feel. Every piece of furniture in sight was likely worth a small fortune. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming today. A voice from the back of the living room caught my attention, and I turned to see an exceptionally beautiful woman emerge. For a moment, I was utterly speechless. The woman, with her elegant semi-long hair, bore a striking resemblance to Shijoin-san. She was a beautiful woman, with features that echoed Shijoin-san's own. Combined with her gentle demeanor, it was as if I were glimpsing a future vision of Shijoin-san herself. Thank you very much for having me today, I said, bowing slightly. I'm Nihama Shinichiro, a classmate of Shijoin-san. I mean, Haruka-san. Are you Haruka-san's older sister? Hee. Thank you for the compliment, she replied with a warm smile. But I'm actually her mother, Akiko. You're as polite as Haruka described. Just how old was her mother when she gave birth to Shijoin-san? Even if she said she was in her late 20s, I would have believed her. Naturally, she had a family, but meeting them in person still made me nervous. Yet, a wave of relief washed over me as I realized Shijoin-san's mother, despite her prestigious background, seemed incredibly kind and approachable. I noticed Takiko-san studying me with a curious glint in her eyes, examining me from various angles and occasionally uttering soft sounds of interest like "ha." "And who? Excuse me?" I finally spoke up, feeling a bit self-conscious under her scrutiny. "Oh, my apologies for staring," Akiko-san exclaimed, a hint of a blush rising to her cheeks. "We don't have a son in our family, so it's quite exciting to have a boy here." "Oh, I see," I responded, a bit taken aback. She genuinely seemed happy, but there was a childlike fascination in her eyes, as if she had stumbled upon something incredibly captivating. "Hee, there are so many things I'd love to chat about with you, but that will have to wait," Akiko said with a playful wink. "Haruka, take good care of our guest." "Yes, mother," Haruka replied enthusiastically. "I've prepared everything thoroughly, so don't worry." "That's not quite what I meant, but my daughter certainly has her own way of doing things," Akiko-san murmured to herself with a bemused smile, a hint of exasperation in her voice. With a playful wink, Akiko-san excused herself, saying, "Well, I'll leave you two to it for now." "Good luck, Haruka." Despite her playful nature, Akiko-san's warmth and hospitality were undeniable. I felt a surge of gratitude for her welcoming demeanor. "Here, please have some tea first," Shijoin-san offered, placing a steaming cup of jasmine tea in front of me. While I had been exchanging pleasantries with her mother, she had quietly prepared this gesture of welcome. Thank you." "This is all a first for me," I confessed, taking a sip of the jasmine tea. "I've never been invited to a girl's house before, let alone been treated to tea like this." Shijoin-san's eyes sparkled with determination. "It's not just tea. I'm going to use all my skills to make today special." "Oh, I see," I murmured, a smile tugging at my lips. Seeing Shijoin-san puff out her chest with such determination, I couldn't help but sigh in amazement, the reality of the situation washing over me like a wave. It was a surreal yet heartwarming moment. I thought Shijoin-san was an angel beyond my reach. But here she is, making a home-cooked meal just for me. My heart swelled with a joy I could hardly contain. Nihama-kun, what's with that look on your face? Are you doubting my cooking abilities?" Shijoin-san teased, a playful tone in her voice. "Don't worry, my mother and the professional chefs have taught me well." "No, it's not that at all," I quickly assured her. "I saw your talent firsthand as the cooking team leader during the school festival." "But, chefs coming to your house? That's something else." Shijoin-san giggled. "Technically, they're from a cooking service. My mother loves to cook, but she's often busy as my father's secretary, so we rely on them frequently." "Wow, it really is a different world for some people." "Honestly," Shijoin-san continued as she placed a small plate of sugar cubes beside the tea, "I considered treating you to a meal prepared by a professional chef instead of my own cooking, but it wouldn't have felt right to truly express my gratitude for everything you did during our study sessions." Her voice softened. "I knew it had to be something I made myself." Shijoin-san, she exuded a warmth that felt genuine and inviting, her hospitality radiating from within. With a gentle smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, and adorned in elegant, timeless fashion, she truly did resemble an angel. "So, even though it's homemade," she added, a hint of nervousness in her voice, "I hope I didn't make you think it would taste like a professional chef cooked it. If I did, I'm truly sorry." No, not at all," I blurted out, waving my hands in a fluster. "That wasn't even a thought. I'd be happy with anything you made. I'm truly excited to try your cooking, Shijoin-san. In fact, I wouldn't want to eat anything else." Hearing Shijoin-san's downcast voice, I had reflexively blurted out my true feelings and blushed. It was an almost unconscious outburst, but I couldn't help but express how much I valued her homemade meal. "Oh, really?" she stammered, a blush rising to her cheeks. Thank you." "Hearing you say that so passionately is a bit embarrassing." Shijoin-san, normally so composed, was visibly flustered by my eagerness for her cooking. An awkward silence descended upon us. Despite the prospect of a shared meal, our faces burned with a mixture of anticipation and embarrassment. I'm really looking forward to it," I said, a little too loudly. "Why yes, I'll get started right away, so please wait a moment," Shijoin-san replied, matching my nervous energy. We both spoke a bit louder than usual, trying to hide our shared embarrassment. My name is Mfuyu Izumi, and I'm a 23-year-old housekeeper working for the distinguished Shijoin family. The Shijoin family boasts a long and illustrious history, their wealth evident in both the main residence of the current family head and this sprawling estate, home to the heir apparent, President Tokai. Due to the family's high standing, even the housekeepers and drivers employed here boast impressive credentials. I was fortunate enough to be hired straight out of junior college, largely due to my parents' long history of service to the Shijoin family. Remarkably, the inhabitants of this grand house were devoid of the usual arrogance associated with wealth. President Tokai, a prominent businessman, his wife, a woman from a distinguished family, and their only daughter, Haruka, were all kind and good-hearted individuals. This made me feel a deep sense of duty toward them, beyond just my employment with the Shijoin family's household management company. I considered myself a servant of this house in the most traditional sense of the word. However, the family still has its own unique quirks. Haruka-sama, a young woman blessed with extraordinary beauty and grace, was also incredibly naive, completely oblivious to her own allure. She unintentionally captivated countless young men, a trait I couldn't help but find almost sinful. And then there was President Tokai. He carried the dignity expected of a company president and treated us, the housekeepers and drivers, with respect. But there were moments when he revealed a softer, more endearing side, a side I was sure his employees would never expect to see. As for Akusen-sama, did you hear that? He said, "I'd be happy with anything you made." He said it. Look at Haruka blushing. Through the crack in the living room door, I watched with barely contained glee as Haruka-sama and her guest, a young man named Nahama-kun, interacted. This was a scene far removed from the expected behavior of someone from a prestigious family. Akusen-sama, as much as I understand your enthusiasm, peeking isn't exactly a ladylike hobby. I gently chided her. "I wasn't peeking, you know," she retorted, a touch defensive. "I simply wanted to check on things, and then I stumbled upon this sweet little moment." The main Shijoin residence, where Akusen-sama grew up, was known for its strict rules. Unlike the relative freedom of this estate, romance was frowned upon, and during her school days, Akusen-sama had secretly devoured shoujo manga, introduced to her by a trusted housekeeper. That influence had instilled in her a deep appreciation for teenage romance. The fact that Haruka-sama, who had shown no prior interest in boys, had brought one home had sent her excitement through the roof. "It's not like I want to meddle in my daughter's love life," Akiko exclaimed. "But Haruka, that sweet, innocent girl inviting a boy over to cook for him, I can't help but be curious, aren't you, Fuyu Izumi-san?" "Of course, I'm very interested," I replied, trying to maintain composure. "It is, after all, a boy Haruka-sama invited over herself." Despite my attempt to sound nonchalant, I was just as curious as Akusen-sama about today's guest. In fact, all the staff were abuzz after she secretly informed us of Haruka's invitation, urging us to keep it from President Tokai. Haruka-sama possessed an ethereal beauty and a pure heart, but she was also somewhat aloof and detached. Despite being in high school, she had never shown any interest in boys. That changed one day when she started mentioning a close friend. When I helped her try on a yukata for the school festival, she asked, "Do you think I look a little prettier?" With such a bashful, maidenly expression that I was left speechless. "Even this morning," she said, "my friend always arrives 15 minutes early, so I can't keep them waiting," and left early, carefully choosing her outfit. "Oh, she really is adorable." To the entire family and all the staff, Haruka-sama is a beloved princess. Naturally, I was also brimming with curiosity about Nahama-kun. However, If I were to accidentally intrude on Haruko-sama's hospitality, it would spoil everything. Still, I began. Let's give Haruko-sama and this Nihama-kun some space for now. It's her time to shine as a hostess. You're right, Akiko sighed. You're so mature for your age. When I was your age, all I could think about was Tokimune. My mind was completely filled with thoughts about him. Thank you for the compliment, I replied politely, but beneath my calm exterior, I was screaming internally, I'd love to be as preoccupied with romance as you, Akusen-sama, but I don't have anyone. Please introduce me to a nice man. Instead, I simply offered a bright housekeeper's smile. Section. Oh. A gasp of pure delight escaped my lips as I saw the culinary masterpiece laid out on the Shijoin family's dining room table. There was a potato salad overflowing with bacon and onions, mackerel glistening in sweet vinegar, colorful canapés on French bread topped with anchovies and cheese, and a dish adorned with a luscious plum sauce. Each dish was a work of art, displaying an array of vibrant colors and delicious aromas that filled the room. It truly resembled a breathtaking array of culinary delights. The pork rolls wrapped in perilla leaves and the roast beef with its perfectly pink center were particularly striking. This wasn't just a simple lunch, it was a feast fit for a celebration. This is absolutely incredible, Shijoin-san. It looks extremely delicious. Thank you, she replied modestly, removing her apron and blushing slightly at my praise. I didn't expect you to be so excited, but I'm very happy you like it. The food was truly incredible. The quality of the ingredients and the skill with which they were prepared were immediately evident. It was clear that Shijoin-san's culinary abilities surpassed those of an ordinary housewife. Now then, I'll join you, she said, taking a seat at the table. Please, enjoy your meal. Thank you, itadakimasu, I exclaimed, picking up my fork and taking a bite. Delicious. The food lived up to its exquisite appearance. The potato salad was rich and creamy. The mackerel escabeche perfectly balanced with sweet vinegar, and the French bread canapés were both easy to eat and full of flavor. Each topping, anchovies, ham, cheese, avocado, complementing the others beautifully. These shiso-wrapped pork with sauce are incredibly refreshing. Truly delicious. I'm so glad you think so. Shijoin-san beamed. I was a bit worried about some of the Japanese dishes, as I haven't made them often, so I mostly stuck to recipes I knew well. She laughed softly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Indeed, many of the dishes were more homey and simple for such an elegant dining room and expensive table, but I didn't mind at all. On the contrary, her ability to make such everyday dishes taste so good made me appreciate her effort even more. Even so, it's impressive how much effort you put into these dishes, I remarked, truly impressed. As I savored each bite, a wave of happiness washed over me. I cook too, so I understood the work that went into creating such dishes. Even making potato salad involves boiling and peeling the potatoes, mashing them with effort, and mixing them with sliced onions and hard-boiled eggs. Quite a task, and she prepared all of this just for me. Thank you. Honestly, this is so delicious. I'm close to tears, I confessed, my voice thick with emotion. In both my past and present lives, no one other than my mother had ever made such a heartfelt meal for me. The fact that someone else had gone to such lengths for my sake added a depth of emotion that made the food taste even more delicious. Hearing that makes me very happy too, Shijoin-san replied softly. I prepared everything thinking only about making you happy. Nihama-kun. Shijoin-san's cheeks were flushed, a delicate blend of embarrassment and joy, as a warm smile spread across her face. But, please don't forget, she said softly. Forget what? I asked, puzzled, just like how you're feeling now after eating my cooking. That's how I felt during our study sessions when you helped me so much. It made me incredibly happy. Shijoin-san's smile deepened, reflecting her sincere feelings. I want you to know how much your efforts meant to me, and how deeply they touched my heart, she added, her voice filled with sincerity. There she goes again, saying something so adorable. The fact that she could express her gratitude so sincerely, saying, "This is my way of repaying you for making me happy," just showed how genuinely kind and thoughtful she was. Don't worry, I won't forget. I replied, deeply touched. Your feelings have definitely reached me, I replied, overflowing with gratitude, assuring her that her words had truly resonated with me. Fueled by the delicious flavors and my appreciation for her efforts, I devoured each dish with gusto, finishing with the perfectly cooked roast beef, its rosy center a testament to her impressive culinary skill. The accompanying brown sauce was simply amazing. Phew, I managed to finish everything, and it was all truly incredible. I remembered how Kanaka had said, "But isn't it risky, big brother?" In manga, girls from wealthy families are often terrible cooks, but that concern was completely unfounded. Shijoin-san was far from a terrible cook. In fact, her food was fantastic. It seemed that real life didn't always follow those stereotypical storylines. As I basked in the afterglow of the delicious meal, I noticed something peculiar. The portions on Shijoin-san's plate were unusually small. Even for something like potato salad. I had a full portion, but she had only a tiny serving in a small bowl. Wait a minute. She didn't strike me as someone with a small appetite. Just then, a beeping sound came from the kitchen next to the dining room, signaling that something in the oven was done. "Oh, it looks like the next dish is ready," Shijoin-san announced, a hint of excitement in her voice. "I'll bring it right out." "The next dish?" I questioned, perplexed. Shijoin-san simply smiled and disappeared into the kitchen. "Excuse me." A voice startled me from behind. "Whoa?" I yelped, surprised. Turning towards the voice, I saw a cool and composed woman in her early 20s, wearing an apron. She had short, straight hair that framed her face, giving her a refined and sophisticated appearance. "My name is Fuayu Izumi, the housekeeper," she introduced herself. "Nihama-sama, allow me to clear the empty plates." "Oh, thank you," I mumbled, still a bit flustered. Fuayu Izumi-san expertly gathered the empty plates onto her arms, carrying them all at once with the grace of a seasoned server. "And, as you may already know," she said with a slight smile, "Haruka-sama is very earnest and sincere. Once she sets her mind to something, she goes all in." "Ah, yes?" I replied, unsure where this was going. "So," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper, "feel free to give up any time, but please do your best for as long as you can." Leaving me to ponder her cryptic words, Fuayu Izumi-san walked away with the dishes. What was that supposed to mean? I wondered, my mind racing. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shijoin-san's cheerful voice broke the silence. "Here's the next dish." As Fuayu Izumi-san left, Shijoin-san returned, pushing a serving cart laden with more dishes. There were just as many, if not more, than before. "Wait, didn't I just finish a hearty meal?" Ignoring my confused expression, Shijoin-san began laying out another array of culinary delights on the table. There was piping hot chicken and potato gratin, ratatouille brimming with tender eggplant, onions, and other vegetables, fragrant tandoori chicken wafting a mouth-watering aroma, a beautiful platter of marinated squid and shrimp, and savory stewed Hamburg steaks. This was the surprising second course of an already impressive lunch. I thought the previous dishes were all." I started, my voice trailing off in confusion. "Well, I also thought that might be enough at first," Shijoin-san replied, a sheepish smile on her face. "But then I read online that high school boys eat way more than girls, and they can easily finish 5 or 6 bowls of rice in one meal. So I made sure to prepare plenty to make sure you're satisfied." "Well, that's not entirely wrong, but that usually applies more to guys who are super into sports clubs. Of course, if it's too much, feel free to leave whatever you can't finish. Just eat as much as you like." With an angelic smile, Shijoin-san said it so casually, but it presented a difficult challenge for me. After all, this was a home-cooked meal made by Shijoin-san herself. It was a precious and miraculous gift, something I couldn't bear to waste. My stomach is already full and clearly past its limit. But I'm 16, at the height of my appetite. Everything looks so delicious, and I'm determined to eat it all. "Thank you so much for making all this food," I exclaimed, my determination renewed. "I'm ready for round 2. I picked up my fork, determined to savor every bite of the second course of Shijoin-san's incredible cooking. Even if my stomach was about to burst, I wasn't going to leave a single dish untouched. With renewed determination, I charged into the culinary battlefield before me. In the end, I finished everything. If asked whether it was a lot, it was definitely a lot. Shijoin-san's enthusiasm for this lunch was evident in the sheer volume of food. Despite this, I kept moving my fork and spoon, determined to savor every bite of the meal prepared for me. As a result, the only things left in front of me now were empty plates, neatly stacked. Ugh. This is tough. My stomach feels like an overstuffed suitcase, ready to burst at the seams. If only I had just said, "Sorry, I can't eat anymore," no one would have felt bad. So why did I insist on eating everything? The answer was simple. I couldn't bring myself to say no to the girl who had cooked for me. It seemed my heart was more pure than I had thought, like that of a typical high school boy. Phew. Yeah, that was delicious. It was truly the best, Shijoin-san, I managed to say, every word a struggle. Fufu, you're welcome, she replied with a gentle smile. I thought I had prepared too much, but I'm happy you ate it all. Haha, this much is nothing. I forced out a weak laugh, trying to mask the pain. In truth, I was sweating profusely and even moving was agonizing, but I put on a brave face. Honestly, if I had eaten one more pea, I would have been completely finished. Boys really do have big appetites. Shijoin-san mused. I remember my father saying, I could eat as much fried chicken as I wanted when I was young. But lately, he seems sad because he can't handle greasy food anymore. Ah, I understood that feeling all too well. Right now, I could handle being full because I had the body of a teenager, but if I tried this with my worn-out 30-year-old body, I'd probably end up in the hospital. Thinking back, when I hit my limit just eating one piece of fatty meat at a barbecue, I felt my age. I started preferring light Japanese food. Sympathizing deeply with her father, I felt a slight worry cross my mind. I was just thinking, did your father have any objections to you inviting me over? Your mother seemed fine with it when we talked earlier. But, no. My father had no objections to a friend coming over. When I said I wanted to invite a friend who helped me a lot with this test, they immediately agreed. Oh, I see. That's good. I had assumed her father wouldn't be thrilled about his daughter bringing a boy home, but it seemed my concern was unnecessary. I had imagined the president of a large company to be strict and stern, but he seemed quite understanding and open-minded. Well then, since you've finished your meal, I'll bring out dessert. Shijoin-san announced with a smile. That's right, she did say. I'll treat you to lunch and dessert. Of course. There's dessert. Damn. With my body's digestion, I might be able to handle dessert in an hour or so, but right now, there's absolutely no way. Damn it, I have no choice. I have to honestly confess the state of my stomach. Fufu, there's no need to rush. Haruka. Oh, mother? Haruka said, surprised. Before I knew it, Shijoin-san's mother, Akiko-san, was standing beside us. When they stood side by side, they looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. I just opened the door and walked in. Dear, Akiko-san chuckled, teasing her daughter. No need to be so surprised. Fufu, it seems you two were quite engrossed in your conversation. Since Nihama-kun has eaten his fill, she continued, turning to me, let's take a little break before dessert. That way, you can enjoy it more, right? Yes. That's true. A little rest might help increase my appetite, I responded, relieved that she seemed to understand my predicament. Right? Akiko-san smiled. So, let's take a short break. Haruka, go clean up the dishes in the kitchen. In the meantime, let me borrow Nihama-kun for a bit. What? Why, mother? Haruka-san questioned, her voice filled with confusion. It's not often that you invite a friend over, Akiko-san replied, so I'd like to chat for a little bit. There are a few things I want to ask him. Things you want to ask? Haruka-san tilted her head in confusion, and I was equally curious. What on earth could she want to ask me? Fufu, it's very important, Akiko-san said with a knowing smile. Just listen to your mother and go to the kitchen. Why yes. Sorry, Nihama-kun. I'll be back soon, Shijoin-san said, still looking a bit uncertain as she carried the dishes into the kitchen. Akiko-san pulled out a chair and sat down directly in front of me, her expression curious and amused. Now, please allow me to introduce myself properly, she said with a warm smile. I'm Haruka's mother, Shijoin Akiko. Oh, I've been so eager to talk to you. I'm curious to know what kind of person you are. I see. I stammered, overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Was she really that interested in me? So, Nihama-kun, how was Haruka's cooking? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It was absolutely delicious, I replied. Honestly, it was much better than I expected. Oh, that's wonderful, Akiko exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. She practiced a lot and worked so hard to make it, so she'll be thrilled to hear that from you. Akiko smiled with satisfaction. Her gentle way of speaking and obvious love for her daughter was heartwarming. There wasn't a trace of arrogance or snobbery you might expect from someone of her social standing, making her incredibly easy to like. But you must have been surprised by the amount of food, right? Even the other housekeepers and I said it was too much, but she insisted, it's better to have too much than too little. If there's too much, you can just leave it. But if there's not enough, it would be disappointing. So that's why we ended up with such a feast. I see. Shijoin-san's determination really shone through, I commented. She had a point, Akiko-san conceded, but she doesn't quite understand a man's pride in finishing a meal. Ugh. I groaned inwardly. With her wisdom and experience, she had clearly seen through my charade of overeating. Yet, you still managed to eat everything, she remarked, a playful glint in her eye. I might be a bit nosy, but could you tell me why you forced yourself? Well, I stammered, caught off guard by her direct question. Akiko-san asked while looking me straight in the eyes, causing me to falter. There was no denying the truth. Because it was food that Shijoin-san made, I confessed, my cheeks flushing slightly. I wanted to eat it all, even if it meant pushing myself. Fwa. I see, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Oh, I just love that kind of pure, boyish determination. Contrary to my embarrassed confession, Akiko-san seemed genuinely thrilled. It seemed my answer had pleased her, but her reaction was almost overwhelming. Now then. On a more serious note, she began, her tone shifting. As her mother, I am deeply grateful to you for helping Haruka so much with her studies and everything else. Calming down from her initial exuberance, Akiko-san spoke with a sincere expression. It's really nothing special. I mumbled, feeling a bit flustered. It is very special, she insisted. That girl, ever since she was young, has faced some challenges, which have led to wide but shallow friendships. She was friends she can chat with, but I've never heard of anyone who was so genuinely kind and caring towards her. So, I'm truly grateful for your presence and your help in so many ways. Shijoin-san's issues. Is it because she's so beautiful and naturally kind, which causes some girls to be incredibly jealous? I asked, remembering something Shijoin-san had mentioned about her struggles. Yes, exactly, Akiko-san exclaimed, a hint of frustration in her voice. Her sweet appearance and gentle personality make her a target for jealousy, with other girls calling her fake or manipulative. It's absolutely terrible. I couldn't agree more. Those who are jealous and bully Shijoin-san are petty and small-minded, Akiko-san continued, a thoughtful look clouding her features. Plus, she's not aware of her own beauty. So she tends to blame herself for the jealousy directed towards her. She thinks there's something wrong with her personality or behavior, and because she's so serious, she worries about it. She only looks for faults in herself, and that's a problem too. But you seem incredibly composed for a high school student. It's as if you're already an adult. Sorry, but the truth is, I've got 30 years of life experience under my belt. Though my thinking is heavily influenced by my time as a corporate drone, my young body has brought my mental state closer to that of a 16-year-old. Foo-foo. But the fact that you understand so much shows that you've been paying close attention to Haruka, Akiko-san observed with a knowing smile. Well, yes. I admitted, my cheeks warming slightly. We have been talking a lot more recently. Looking back, I had indeed grown much closer to Shijoin-san. Unlike in my past life, I knew many things about her now, and I'd even been invited to her home and had a conversation with her mother. It was surreal. And, well, there's something I really want to know, Akiko-san began, her voice hesitant. It's a bit embarrassing for me to ask directly, but, she paused, a shy blush creeping onto her cheeks. This must be the important thing she mentioned earlier. What is it? What is she going to ask? Do you have feelings for Haruka? She finally blurted out. Bwah. I sputtered, taken aback. Hey, wait a minute. What are you asking? And please, don't blush after saying something like that. You're just as innocent as my daughter? Akiko-san exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, what is it? If your feelings are purely platonic, I'd appreciate your honesty, she continued, her tone softening slightly. No, that's not quite it, I replied, my voice trailing off as I searched for the right words. Of course, I understood that this wasn't the right time to confess my feelings. But admitting my love to her mother before Shijoin-san herself? What kind of bizarre situation was this? Actually, I do like her, I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper. My feelings for her have grown so much. It's surprising even to me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So that's how it is. Akiko-san exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Her eyes twinkled with joy. When I gathered my courage and spoke honestly, Akiko-san's face lit up with delight. Her eyes practically twinkled with joy. Oh my goodness, such refreshing honesty. So, you truly do care for Haruka that much? Wow. Seeing Akiko-san's ecstatic expression, my embarrassment deepened, and I could feel my face getting redder and redder. Wait! She exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand. I just realized, asking if you like my daughter and getting so excited about it is kind of a weird thing to do, isn't it? It's embarrassing. Could you have realized that sooner? I groaned inwardly, my embarrassment reaching new heights. I'm the one who's mortified here. Just like her daughter, this woman was completely unrestrained. Yes, I suppose, Akiko-san chuckled, her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. You look so red it's almost painful. But as Haruka's mother, it was important for me to hear your feelings firsthand. Otherwise, when challenges arise, I wouldn't know how to support you. Challenges? Akiko-san's ominous words, spoken with such fervor as she clenched her fists, made me blink in surprise. What did she mean? It sounded like my budding romance was about to face some serious trials in the near future. I'm so happy to hear that a responsible young man like you cares for Haruka. She exclaimed, beaming, as long as you don't make her cry, you have my full support. What? I stammered, completely taken aback. I had unintentionally gained the approval of my crush's mother, and my eyes widened in surprise. I had secretly worried that someone like me might not be accepted by a wealthy family, so her open support was incredibly reassuring. Thank you, I stammered, my cheeks burning. But please, don't say things like you have feelings for her. It's just too embarrassing. Fufu, I'm sorry, she giggled. Maybe as an apology, I should let you two have some alone time in her room. No, that's... I sputtered, my face turning even redder. Fufu, just teasing, she said with a wink. Seeing my flustered reaction, Akiko-san laughed playfully, her expression mirroring Shijoin-san's in a way that made my heart flutter. Mother, I finished washing the dishes. What were you two talking about? Haruka-san inquired, a curious look on her face as she returned from the kitchen. Having removed her apron, she seemed to notice my slightly worn-out expression after my conversation with Akiko-san. We were just talking about your cooking, of course, Akiko-san replied smoothly. Nihama-kun said it was absolutely delicious. Ah really? Haruka-san beamed, her face flushed with joy. Fufu, it makes me so happy to hear that, no matter how many times. Believing her mother's words without hesitation, Shijoin-san's bright smile radiated pure happiness. As always, she was refreshingly straightforward and adorable. Now that you two are back, Akiko-san continued, her tone shifting slightly. I'd like to ask another question. How did you two become such close friends? I know you're in the same class, but was there a specific moment or event? What? Haruka-san stuttered. Hey, what kind of question was that out of the blue? And Akiko-san seemed even more amused than before. Well, it was through the library committee. Shijoin-san explained. We started talking when I asked him about light novels while we were working together, but we didn't really talk much until a while after that. Ah, the library committee. Akiko-san exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. By the way, Haruka, on that day you said the committee work took longer and you were late getting home. Was it Nihama-kun who walked you home? Yes, that's right. Something happened that day. Haruka-san replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Oh, really? Akiko-san pressed, her curiosity piqued. After working with Nihama-kun on the library committee, prompted by her mother, Shijoin-san eagerly recounted the events of that day. Normally, it would be awkward to share such details with parents, but Shijoin-san seemed almost excited to share the story. Then, Hanyama approached me, and Nihama-kun defended me, saying, don't even think about grabbing Shijoin-san again. That kind of behavior is unacceptable. Wait, stop. Shijoin-san, please don't tell your mother everything. I pleaded silently. And then? What happened next? Akiko-san urged, her eyes sparkling with interest. Damn it, Akiko-san was completely engrossed. After Hanyama and her group left, I felt a bit unwell, so Nihama-kun kindly offered to walk me home. Haruka-san recounted to her mother. Oh my, how sweet. It's like something straight out of a shoujo manga, Akiko-san exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with delight. I inwardly groaned. Well, if you only heard that part. It sounds like I gallantly defended Shijoin-san with some smooth words, but in reality, I threatened to expose Hanyama for her shady schemes. Shijoin-san continued, oblivious to my inner turmoil, and on the way home, Nihama-kun kept encouraging me, telling me not to blame myself. He was so earnest about it, it really lifted my spirits. Stop, Shijoin-san, you're praising me too much. I'm so embarrassed that my face is about to burst into flames in front of your mother. I was grateful she took my words to heart, but hearing them recounted to her mother made me want to melt into the floor. Ah, what a heartwarming story. Akiko-san sighed, a blissful smile on her face. Young love is so very precious. Akiko-san spoke with an extremely satisfied and emotional look, as if she had just finished a full-course meal. I was mortified that my embarrassing lines from earlier were being exposed in front of Shijoin-san, but Akiko-san seemed to find them delightful. Nihama-kun, she declared, her eyes twinkling. You're such a fine young man. I'd be honored to call you my son. Really, Oka-san? I replied, a playful smirk on my face. And what's with that smug look? Are you taking credit for playing matchmaker? Nihama-kun becoming a part of the Shijoin family, you say? Shijoin-san mused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. In that case, should I start calling you Ana-chan? I choked, caught off guard by her unexpected remark. Her thought process was truly baffling, but the sudden prospect of being called Ana-chan sent my heart racing. Akiko-san chuckled, shaking her head. That's so like you, Haruka, to take it in that direction with your adorable cluelessness. Huh? Shijoin-san tilted her head in confusion. It seemed even her parents recognized her charmingly scatterbrained nature. Oh, and Nihama-kun, Akiko-san added with a wink. My husband also married into the Shijoin family, so we don't place much importance on bloodlines or anything of the sort. The topic hadn't exactly shifted, but was this really the time for such a revelation? Still, it was valuable information for future reference. As Akiko-san continued to pepper us with questions, a loud voice boomed through the house. Tadema. The front door swung open, revealing a tall, well-dressed man. Chapter 7, President vs. Corporate Drone. At the sound of the man's voice from the entrance, Akiko-san, who had been sitting close to me, suddenly stiffened, a troubled look on her face. Oh my, you're home early. Welcome back from the stormy seas, huh? What was that reaction about? I wondered, confused. And what did she mean by stormy seas? Huh? I don't recognize these athletic sneakers. Do they belong to a friend of Haruka's? Oh, haha. I'm so glad they made it in time. I was hoping to express my gratitude in person. The cheerful voice drew closer as brisk footsteps approached the living room. Soon, a man in his 50s, dressed in a well-tailored suit, appeared in the doorway. His sturdy build and neatly trimmed beard exuded an air of authority. "Welcome home, father." Shijoin-san greeted him. "Haruka, Akiko, I'm home," he responded, a smile on his face. "Finished work earlier than expected. This must be Shijoin-san's father." Shijoin Tokai-myun, the renowned entrepreneur who founded the nationwide Senshiraku bookstore chain. His name was familiar to me from my previous life, having appeared in numerous newspapers and magazines. Known for his exceptional business ingenuity, he had risen from humble beginnings and married into a distinguished family, Akiko-san's family, to be precise. He had continued to demonstrate his talent, significantly improving the Shijoin family's finances and earning the respect of the business world. Meeting the father of the girl I like at our house is undeniably nerve-wracking, but hey, how hard can a simple greeting be? Given that Shijoin-san's parents had approved my visit, I assumed my presence was welcome and there wouldn't be any problems. Despite his position as president, he appeared to be a warm and approachable family man. "Well then," Tokai-myun-san said with a warm smile, "I must express my gratitude to the friend who helped Haruka improve her grades so significantly." Tokai-myun-san turned his gaze to me and suddenly froze. "Huh? What? What's wrong?" I stammered. Who are you?" he boomed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. "What? I thought my visit was approved. Didn't you just say you wanted to greet your daughter's friend?" "Huh? What are you talking about, father?" Shijoin-san interjected, her voice laced with confusion. "I told you I invited a friend who helped me study today." "A friend? He's clearly a boy." Tokai-myun-san's voice rose in surprise, bordering on alarm. "Yes, he's a male friend," Akiko-san replied calmly, though a hint of tension crept into her tone. "Is there a problem with that?" What did you say?" Tokai-myun-san sputtered, his face growing red. The situation was escalating quickly. "Sorry, Nihama-kun. We need to have a little family discussion, so could you wait here for a bit?" Akiko-san said, ushering the shocked Tokai-myun-san and the confused Haruka-san into another room. "Oh, sure," I replied, trying to mask my unease. I was left alone in the living room, with only the sound of a muffled argument coming from the other room. It was clear that Shijoin-san's father was surprised to find out her friend was a boy. I had assumed he was a lenient father for allowing his daughter to bring a boy home, but I suppose he must have thought it would be another girl. Now they're surely arguing, and I can't help but feel anxious. I shifted uncomfortably in the luxurious chair, the awkwardness of the situation weighing heavily on me. I felt like I was intruding on a private family matter, and my presence had only made things worse. "Nihama-sama, I brought you some more tea." Izumi-san suddenly appeared, placing a steaming cup in front of me. "Huh? Oh, thank you. Please accept my sincerest apologies on behalf of Akusen-sama." "Nihama-sama," Izumi-san said, bowing deeply. "Huh? What for?" I asked, confused by the sudden apology. "Tokai-myun-sama was supposed to return home much later today," she explained. "The plan was for your visit to conclude before he arrived." "So, I was the only one he didn't know about?" "Yes," Izumi-san admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is very difficult to say, but Tokai-myun-sama tends to react strongly to the presence of young men around Haruka-sama." The implication hit me like a cold shower. I wasn't welcome here. While I wished I could spend more time with Shijoin-san, I understood the complexities of a father's protective instincts. Perhaps it was best to offer my greetings to her parents and take my leave for the day. Just as I was contemplating a hasty retreat, the door to the room where the Shijoin family had been arguing opened. The three of them emerged, looking slightly disheveled. "Haruka." "I understand," Tokai-myun-san said, his voice stern. "If you insist so strongly, Then I want to have a thorough talk with that boy myself. Huh? My heart sank. A talk with a disapproving father? This couldn't be good. I'll borrow him for a bit, Tokamiun-san declared, his voice booming through the hallway. I will determine if he's worthy of being close to you. In that case. Section. How did it come to this? That was the only thought occupying my mind. After all, I was now sitting in the Shijoin family's study, facing Shijoin Tokamiun, Haruka's father, across a table. Damn. My stomach was starting to churn. What kind of trial is this, facing judgment from a father who thinks I'm nothing but trouble? Nahama-kun, isn't it? I apologize for calling you away from your relaxation, Shijoin Tokamiun said as he entered the living room, his presence commanding immediate attention. No, it's fine, I stammered, trying to hide my nervousness. His calm expression and measured tone were somehow more intimidating than outright hostility. Allow me to introduce myself, he said with a polite bow. I'm Shijoin Tokamiun, Haruka's father. You may be aware that I'm the president of Senshiraku Bookstore. I'm Nahama Shinichiro, a classmate of Haruka-san's, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. I've heard of you even before today. You're quite renowned for building the bookstore chain from scratch. Oh, is that so? He chuckled. I'm honored that even someone as young as you knows of me. Now, let me get straight to the point. I swallowed nervously. This was terrifying. I wanted to disappear. First, as a father, I want to express my gratitude. Huh? Haruka's remarkable improvement in her grades is clearly due to your tutoring. Achieving such results isn't easy, even for a professional. As her father, I'm deeply grateful for your efforts and dedication. No, it was nothing special, I muttered, surprised by his sincerity. It seemed he genuinely appreciated my help with Haruka's studies. My fears of disapproval began to dissipate slightly, and I understand you managed to secure first place in your own exams while still helping Haruka. That's quite an accomplishment, especially at an age when most would rather focus on leisure. Well, it's just that I come from a single-parent household, I explained, my voice regaining some confidence. I'm anxious about the future, so I have to do what I can now. That's a commendable attitude. A healthy dose of fear can be a powerful motivator. His words of praise were unexpected. I had braced myself for criticism, but perhaps my worries had been unfounded. And now, he continued, his tone shifting slightly, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Tokamiun-san, once an intelligent and calm gentleman, underwent a sudden transformation, exuding a powerful, almost overwhelming aura. This feeling, it's been a while since I experienced this. It was the same intimidating presence I'd felt a few times during my corporate days, the kind of pressure emanating from CEOs of major companies or influential politicians. These individuals, hardened by countless battles in the cutthroat worlds of politics and business, possessed an aura reminiscent of Sengoku-era warlords, capable of gripping the hearts of ordinary people with their mere presence. You are simply a friend of Haruka's, correct? Tokamiun-san's voice was measured, yet his gaze pierced through me. Well, that's... I stammered, caught off guard by the sudden shift in his demeanor. You wouldn't happen to have any hidden intentions towards my daughter, would you? He continued, his eyes unwavering. Just to confirm, you helped Haruka out of pure goodwill without any romantic feelings, right? Tokamiun-san locked eyes with me, his gaze unwavering. A president of the publishing industry, a man who had built a bookstore empire from nothing, was now bearing down on me with the full force of his formidable presence. A president of the publishing industry, a man who had built a bookstore empire from nothing, was now bearing down on me with the full force of his formidable presence. His words were those of an overprotective father, but just his tone and gaze were enough to make me feel the weight of his authority and concern. Damn it, I can't stop sweating. In negotiations and interviews, eye contact is a powerful tool. The eyes often reveal more than words ever could. The hardships a person has faced, the countless regrets, the resilience gained through adversity, the raw charisma that needs no embellishment, all of these are reflected in a single gaze. Making eye contact is akin to a clash of souls, and the weaker one will inevitably falter. If I can't withstand this, am I even worthy of being near his daughter? I thought, a flicker of defiance igniting within me. I understood his love for his daughter, but this level of intimidation was absurd for a company president. The urge to look away was overwhelming, but I knew that doing so would be a fatal mistake. If I succumbed to his pressure and averted my gaze, the battle would be lost, and I would become a mere pawn in his game. Well, answer me, Nahama-kun, Tokamiyan-san's voice bellowed, filling the room. The easy way out would be to lie. If I claimed to have no ulterior motives towards his daughter, he would likely drop the intimidating act and even offer a smile. There's no way I can do that. I refuse to lie here. Even if his mindset was clouded by overprotectiveness, Tokamiyan-san was deadly serious as a parent. He was demanding that I reveal my true intentions. No lies, no half-truths. I had to respond with absolute honesty. My body trembled under the weight of his scrutiny, sweat beading on my forehead, my stomach clenching in pain. But that was all it was, pain and discomfort. I had endured far worse in my previous life. In a reflex from my corporate days, I pressed my thumbs against my fingers, a tactile anchor that helped me focus and find grounding amidst the stress. Whether it was an overwhelming amount of work with a looming deadline, an uncompromising negotiation, or a client making impossible demands, this was the mental switch I used to reset myself when facing inescapable challenges. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the truth. I do have feelings for Haruka-san, I admitted, my voice unwavering. But I swear, I have no ill intentions. I respect her deeply and only want to support her. That's the absolute truth. Section. I found myself engaged in a tense standoff with a young man named Nahama Shinichiro in the confines of my home study. The question hung heavy in the air. What are your intentions towards my daughter? Let's see how you respond, Nahama-kun. He was introduced as Haruka's friend, but I saw through that facade. He was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, his gaze lingering on my daughter with ill-concealed interest. Unworthy scoundrel. I appreciated his assistance with Haruka's studies and acknowledged the impressive results he helped her achieve, but that was a separate matter entirely. Haruka is an angel, a natural magnet for male attention. Yet, her innocence and naivete leave her vulnerable in this world. I must be vigilant, carefully evaluating any young man who dares get close to her. I admit, as a father, my emotions may have played a small role in this, but even without them, this is a necessary step. Haruka is the direct heir to the Shijoin legacy, my daughter, and the future head of our family. A simple high school infatuation cannot withstand the weight of her position and the expectations that come with it. Consider this a test, Nahama-kun. I'm showing you the harsh reality that the girl you have feelings for is not someone you can approach casually. How about it, Nahama-kun? Are you ready to give up yet? I thought, observing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his entire body trembling under the weight of my scrutiny. It was to be expected. The sheer force of my presence, honed over years as a company president, was enough to make seasoned businessmen quake in their boots. I was holding back, of course, but no ordinary high school student could withstand such pressure. Well, you've been awfully quiet. Care to answer my question? Even if he caved under the pressure and denied any romantic interest in Haruka, I had no intention of interfering with their friendship. However, today, he would leave with a newfound understanding of the magnitude of his feelings and the challenges that lay ahead. If he gives up on his feelings, then so be it. But if he manages to rekindle that passion and cultivate an unyielding spirit, perhaps our paths might cross again. Though, I doubt any high school student possesses such unwavering resolve and a heart of steel. Something caught my eye. Nahama-kun was clenching his fists tightly. Could this be how he handles pressure? A routine is a set action performed to concentrate or switch one's focus. It's a simple mental control method often used by top athletes and renowned entrepreneurs. What's happening to Nahama's aura? A subtle shift occurred. The anxiety that had clouded his features was replaced by a steely determination. He met my gaze unflinchingly, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. I will answer your question, Tokamiyan-san. Nahama's voice was clear and unwavering, his words resonating with surprising strength. I like your daughter, Haruko-san. I am confident that my feelings for her are second to none. What? Facing me, the president of a major corporation and the next head of the Shijoin family, he declared his desire for my daughter, head-on, in this suffocating atmosphere. Could it be true? A mere high school student is withstanding my pressure and boldly proclaiming his feelings? There are indeed rare individuals who possess such unwavering confidence that they are immune to any form of intimidation, but this case was different. Nihama-kun was clearly feeling the pressure, his body language betraying his discomfort, yet he was facing it head-on, refusing to back down. Then, a chilling realization struck me. It was in the depths of his eyes. The old saying, "The eyes are the windows to the soul," held true in my experience as an entrepreneur. Countless negotiations and encounters had taught me that a person's eyes reveal not only their present emotions but also the depths of their experiences. In Nihama's eyes, I saw a reflection of profound sorrow and pain. Countless scars seemed etched into his soul, and his heart had been forged into unyielding strength by that suffering. What is this? I wondered, my heart pounding with newfound respect. How can I sense such depth in a high school student who hasn't even lived 2 decades? Yet, he stood before me, unflinching, matching my intensity with his own. Just who is this young man? Tokamion's eyes widened in surprise, his emotions clearly displayed. It was no wonder he was taken aback. In this heavy, oppressive atmosphere, it wasn't every day that a high school student boldly declared his feelings for someone's daughter. All right, I can still speak properly. I held my ground, refusing to buckle under the pressure. The ability to face the president of a major corporation head-on was a direct result of the grueling experiences I endured as a corporate drone. The bosses at my former company would often catch me for lectures and guidance. It didn't matter if I'd made a mistake or not, it was simply a way for them to exert their power. "You're utterly incompetent. You're slow and stupid. Why are you even alive? Don't act all high and mighty, you piece of shit. You don't even do any real work." A high school graduate? Seriously? I'd be too embarrassed to even show my face here. Your parents must be scum too, to have raised someone like you. They should take responsibility and end their lives along with you. Insults, personal attacks, belittling remarks, and slander against my parents. Their words, dripping with the vilest aspects of human nature, would carve into my heart, leaving it stained and wounded. My spirit felt constantly under attack, on the verge of breaking. If their lectures were a stagnant swamp of malice, then the pressure emanating from Tokamion-san was like a raging river. It had a weight and force that could sweep me away if I let my guard down for even a moment. But unlike the murky swamp, this river was pure and clean. He has no intention of breaking me, he doesn't even consider it. There doesn't appear to be any petty desire to feel superior by belittling me. So, there was no fear of my heart succumbing to his malice. No matter how overwhelming his presence, all I had to do was stand firm and endure. "Don't act all high and mighty, you piece of shit. You don't even do any real work." The memory of that insult stung, but it also fueled my resolve. I can't let my guard down against someone of Tokamion-san's caliber. My palms are still clammy with cold sweat. Tokamion-san's words indicated that he expected me to face him not merely as a high school friend of his daughter, but as a man with serious intentions towards Haruka. That's why I activated my mental routine, a switch to steel my nerves. This is what my confession had led to, but I had no regrets. I was determined to break free from my past life of running away. I wouldn't evade the questions from the father of the girl I loved. This was the mental tool I used when facing high-stress tasks with no escape. A command to my heart and body: don't stop, move forward. "Haruko is my daughter," Tokamion declared, his voice firm and unwavering, the heir to the Shijoin family, and the future head of a national bookstore chain. She carries a heavy burden of responsibility and expectation. While it was a simple mantra, 12 years of repetition had ingrained it deeply within me. It served as a switch to reset my tension and fear, pushing me into a proactive mindset. It wasn't my imagination, was it? Tokamion-san's voice boomed. "You said you have romantic feelings for my daughter?" "That's correct, Tokamion-san," I replied firmly. Meeting his gaze, I truly have feelings for Haruka. Tokamiyan-san, the man who had brought his self-made company, Senshiraku Books, into the family fold, significantly bolstering the Shijoin clan's finances, was now questioning me with a piercing intensity. Answering this question was simple. He was, indeed, a formidable figure, worthy of his position as the next head of the family. If a father asks you this seriously, you can only respond with the truth of your heart. I wouldn't hesitate. Haruka will eventually hold company shares and wield significant influence within the clan. She will likely be targeted by various schemes and face numerous adversaries. Tokamiyan-san emphasized that this was different from the carefree love of an ordinary high school student. If I falter or try to deceive him, he'll crush me with his sheer force of will. Both you and Haruka are still in high school, Tokamiyan-san continued, his voice unwavering. But this conversation isn't just about the present. To say you truly care for Haruka, given her unique position, means you're confident you can support her in the future, correct? No matter how I answered, this was a loaded question. If I admitted a lack of confidence, he would question the depth of my feelings. If I claimed to be confident, he would demand the basis for such a bold claim. But my answer was clear. If I am fortunate enough to walk alongside Haruka in the future, I declared, my voice firm despite the pounding in my chest, I will protect her from any hardship and support her in whatever she chooses to do. I will become the man who can make that happen. It might sound like a cliché, but it was my unwavering conviction. In my past life, I had failed to shield Shijoin-san from ruin and heartache. This time, I was determined to be her protector, her unwavering support. This was a goal I was determined to achieve, and I believed with every fiber of my being that I could become the man who could do it. HMPH, anyone can say that, Tokamiyan-san scoffed, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. You claim you'll become a man capable of supporting Haruka, but do you have a concrete plan for achieving that? Without a clear path to success, it's nothing but empty words. Tokamiyan-san snorted, but his words hit their mark. No matter how noble the goal, without a clear path to achieve it, it remained nothing more than a fleeting dream. A vision for the future, you say? I countered, my resolve unwavering. Allow me to elaborate. This is my plan to become a man worthy of your daughter. Oh? Go ahead. Borrowing the notepad and pen from the table, I began to outline my strategy for a skeptical Tokamiyan-san. First, this is my current academic performance. I pointed to my grades as a second-year high school student, then projected where I expected them to be by the third year. Considering you praised my study methods and top-ranked results on the final exams, I hope you can trust in my potential. Well, I do acknowledge your diligence, Tokamiyan-san conceded, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Based on my grades, these are the universities I am aiming for. I listed the prestigious universities I was targeting, along with the departments I intended to join and the qualifications I planned to acquire during my studies. English and bookkeeping are fundamental, but depending on my final career path, I might also pursue certifications like FP, financial planner, or real estate agent qualifications. I presented my future path in meticulous detail. Every step was carefully considered. The specific university and department I had my sights set on, the potential career paths that could emerge from the chosen field, the precise qualifications necessary to pursue those career opportunities. I wrote out these possible paths, branching out like a tree, and explained them to Tokamiyan-san. By working backward from this plan, I pointed out, for instance, to join this company, I would need to enter K University, choose this department, and acquire these qualifications. I am currently in the process of deciding among these options. While I hoped to finalize this by my third year, it also depended on whether I could deepen my connection with Haruka, so it remained uncertain. My ultimate goal includes companies like S Corporation, R Corporation, and T Corporation. There are many more, but these are the final destinations I'm considering. A subtle shift occurred in Tokamiyan-san's expression, a mix of surprise and intrigue replacing his earlier scrutiny. The oppressive atmosphere in the room seemed to lighten slightly as he leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face. You've certainly done your research. Do you always think about things this meticulously? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes, I do, I replied, my resolve unwavering. No matter how much I plan, there's no guarantee the future will go smoothly, but I believe it's important to consider it seriously. It was true that I was constantly thinking and researching. After all, my biggest regret from my past life was ending up at that soul-crushing company. I was determined not to make the same mistake twice, so meticulous planning was a necessity. I see. Tokamiun-san nodded slowly. And you're aiming for prestigious companies, then? Yes, I confirmed, but what I value most isn't the salary or the company's status, but whether it's a good place to work, a place where employees are treated with respect, receive fair compensation, and can lead fulfilling lives. Seeking such a place naturally means aiming high. This was non-negotiable for me. A good company, a haven from the abuse and exploitation I had endured in my previous life, was essential for my happiness in this second chance. And once I join a reputable company and gain experience as a working adult, I continued, I believe I will develop the skills and resources to support Haruko-san, even if I don't become a genius entrepreneur like you. To become a strong and capable adult, real-world experience was essential. While my past life had hardened me, it also left me lacking the courage to truly forge my own path. Joining a good company wasn't just about career advancement. It was about building a fulfilling life, both professionally and personally. It was a yearning to become a well-rounded, respectable adult. Of course, joining a good company doesn't guarantee success in life, I added, and I understand that a man's worth isn't solely defined by his career. Oh? Tokamiun-san raised an eyebrow, a flicker of approval in his eyes. It seemed he was impressed by my lack of blind ambition. However, since you asked about my vision for the future, I concluded, I wanted to demonstrate that I'm serious about becoming a respectable adult capable of supporting Haruko-san. This is all I can offer for now, given the uncertainties of the future. But is this answer sufficient for a high school student? I met Tokamiun-san's gaze head-on, seeking his approval. I had to admit, once again, that this young man was a force to be reckoned with. The question I posed to him, can you become a man capable of supporting the daughter of the Shijoin family? Was one that no high school student, without any real accomplishments, could reasonably answer with certainty. That's why I was eager to see how he would respond. And then, he outlined his future plans in remarkable detail. It wasn't some hastily concocted scheme. It was a well-grounded, meticulously thought-out strategy. It was clear that he habitually contemplated his future with a serious and disciplined mind. However, it was one thing to have a university goal in mind, but to have already researched potential companies. This boy is a bit frightening, yet, his meticulous explanation couldn't be dismissed as mere youthful enthusiasm or empty promises. There was an almost obsessive quality to it, but it was clear that the boy before me had given considerable thought to his future. His determination was palpable. No, I wouldn't say it's insufficient, I conceded, a flicker of approval in my eyes. Unlike hollow promises, I sense a genuine resolve for the future. Is that so? Nihama-kun asked, his shoulders visibly relaxing. But you seem awfully particular about working for a good company, I probed, curious about his reasoning. That's because I've known a foolish adult, he replied, a shadow passing over his face. This man worked himself to the bone in a toxic company, never finding the courage to leave. He died from overwork, leaving his family heartbroken. I don't want to end up like that. A man who died, leaving his family grieving. A single mother household. Ah, so that's the source of his drive. That explained his meticulous nature at such a young age. Understanding his background eased my apprehension somewhat. May I ask something as well? Nihama-kun ventured, despite the palpable tension in the room. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Of course, I replied, leaning back in my chair. This is a conversation between men. Speak freely. Thanking me with a formality beyond his years, Nihama-kun continued. Tokamiun-san, do you wish for Haruko-san to assume a position where she can utilize the company's shares and exert influence within the family? And do you believe her future partner needs to have a certain level of status and wealth? It was a question eerily similar to the one I had once posed to the previous head of the Shijoin family. Back then, the old man had scoffed and called me a Shinjin, newcomer. When my engagement to Akiko was eventually approved, I couldn't resist a jab, asking him if it stung to see his daughter marry someone he deemed unworthy. But my answer now was different. No, I declared firmly, my daughter is not suited for such roles. If she truly desired it, I would consider it. But fundamentally, I want her to pursue a career that brings her happiness. As for marriage, as long as she finds someone who makes her happy, I don't care about their occupation or family background. As a father, that's what I truly hoped for. Yet, I was also aware of the realities of the world. Status and position can significantly impact one's life. The Shijoin family might not share my views, and there would undoubtedly be those who sought to exploit Haruka's position or use her to further their own ambitions. If only she knew of my worries and could remain so blissfully carefree. Upon hearing my answer, Nihama-kun's eyes lit up with newfound hope, but I couldn't let him get ahead of himself. However, I interjected, my voice booming with authority. Even if I don't prioritize status or family background, it only applies to those who meet my standards. I will not allow a mediocre man anywhere near Haruka. Tokamiyan-san's sharp rebuke echoed in my ears. Damn. His "you'll never be good enough for my daughter" aura is intense, I thought, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. But I couldn't blame him. If I had a daughter as beautiful as Shijoin-san, I'd probably be just as protective. Yet, unless I earn some degree of acknowledgement from Tokamiyan-san, who loves his daughter, this interview-like conversation won't end. I needed to make him hear me. With all due respect, Tokamiyan-san, I began hesitantly, shouldn't this be something Haruka-san decides for herself? What? Tokamiyan-san's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. Haruka-san may be innocent, I continued, my voice gaining strength, but she's neither foolish nor a child. I believe she's capable of judging whether someone is a suitable partner for her. In the familiar atmosphere of oppression, I made my appeal to Tokamiyan-san. I plan to confess my feelings to Haruka-san. If she rejects me, it will undoubtedly be painful, but that's just how it is. I don't believe it's your place to interfere and try to filter out her potential suitors. Of course, even if I were rejected, I would still do everything in my power to ensure her happiness and protect her from harm. If Haruka were an ordinary girl, your reasoning might be valid, Tokamiyan-san countered, his voice rising in intensity. But she's too pure, even if she's not foolish. You say she's not a child, but in many ways, she still is. That's why, as her father, I must protect her from those who would take advantage of her. His fervent response only fueled my own determination. Aren't you underestimating Haruka-san? I challenged him. I understand your concern for her trusting nature, but shouldn't you consider her feelings first? Or do you plan to use your authority to intimidate and eliminate every man who shows interest in her? Do you intend to keep her from marrying for her entire life? You're echoing my wife's sentiments, Tokamiyan-san exclaimed, clearly frustrated by my defiance. Wait, even your wife told you this? Putting that aside, I met his gaze with newfound determination. While I don't know if I'll gain your approval today, Tokamiyan-san, I will continue to put in the effort, just like you once did. What? His stern gaze bore into me, but I held it unflinchingly. I read an interview with you in a magazine. It was from when you became a part of the Shijoin family. Upon learning of the upcoming visit to the Shijoin family, I sought refuge in the library, delving into research on them in anticipation of meeting Haruka's parents. Even a little knowledge of the other party, I believed, could help smooth over any awkwardness and foster a friendly atmosphere. This was a technique I often employed when meeting new clients in my previous life. In that interview, I began, recalling the words I had read. I was dating Akiko and had to rapidly grow the company to gain the approval of the obstinate Shijoin family for our marriage. You were quoted as saying, though the article seemed to treat it lightly, I felt a sincere conviction behind your words. You dedicated yourself tirelessly for the sake of Akiko, I continued, my voice filled with admiration. Of course, It aligned with your own dreams as well. But perhaps the name Senshiraku Books itself carries a character derived from Akiko-san's name? Tokamiyan-san remained silent, simply listening to me. I'm the same. I won't spare any effort for the person I love. Though I may not achieve great success in the business world like you did, I will always work hard to see Haruka-san smile. I love her, I declared, the words flowing effortlessly from my heart, including when she looks angry. And I am confident that my feelings for wanting to be by her side are second to none. So, at the very least, until I confess my feelings to Haruka-san, please allow me to stay by her side. I beg you. I pleaded, bowing deeply from my seated position. Silence filled the room. I had said my piece, and Tokamiyan-san remained quiet as well. After a tense moment, he finally spoke. You said something interesting, huh? You mentioned Haruka's angry face. Could you elaborate on the circumstances in which you saw that? Yes. It was during the final exams. I began, recounting the events briefly. The final exams, Mitsurugi challenge, the results, and how Haruka-san had become furious with Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi, could it be the eldest son of that family? Well, no matter, Tokamiyan-san mused, his voice trailing off momentarily. So Haruka got angry at him when he tried to insult you? Yes. I was surprised too. She was really furious and even said, never speak to me again. I see. Haruka, of all people. With that, Tokamiyan-san's gaze drifted towards a family photo displayed in the room. It was a picture of a 5-year-old Haruka, looking as cute as a fairy. Haruka has always been targeted by others of the same sex. Even so, she never got angry at anyone and always thought the cause lay within herself. We tried to help her overcome that, but it didn't have much effect, perhaps due to her innate nature. He sighed deeply and continued. For Haruka to get that angry, it means she was influenced by you and saw value in you. After another brief silence, he looked straight at me, the heavy pressure from earlier having dissipated. Now, for the verdict of today's. Let's call it a mock interview, Tokamiyan-san declared, a hint of amusement in his voice. Huh? A verdict? I echoed, taken aback. Your earnestness was clear. Nihama-kun, he began, though perhaps a tad overly formal. Your meticulously detailed future plans both impressed and overwhelmed me, making them difficult to assess fully. However, considering I sought a response beyond that of a typical high schooler, I'll mark that as a point in your favor, and your resilience in the face of my intimidation tactics is quite perplexing. Do you possess an unusually strong heart? Well, I stammered, at a loss for words. You lack the carefree spirit often typical with your age, he continued, which is a minus. But your unwavering conviction in expressing your own opinions is certainly a strong point. Additionally, your diligent research into my background and its clever utilization in your final plea was quite commendable. It reminded me of my own younger self, vying for the approval of Haruka's grandparents. Tokamiyan-san paused, then concluded. Therefore, I acknowledge your potential, Nihama-kun. But remember, this is merely the first step. From this point forward, prove your worth through your actions. Show me that you are capable of truly supporting Haruka. In a measured tone, almost as if conducting an official examination, Tokamiyan-san delivered his verdict. In summary, I cannot deem you a harmful influence on my beloved daughter, and I must acknowledge that your resolve is far from half-hearted. Huh? I uttered, my mind racing to process his words. Does this mean? However, he continued, his demeanor shifting slightly, there is something I must convey. It was originally a message my wife wished to impart, but I suppose it is fitting that I express it myself. With a reluctant sigh and a hint of hesitation in his voice, Tokamiyan-san spoke. As you mentioned earlier, that girl, for better or worse, possesses an excessive innocence and, from a parental perspective, can sometimes appear reckless. Therefore, well, what I mean to say is, please continue to look out for her. He asked me to continue looking out for her. I can't believe he said it. Though it seemed he did it begrudgingly. He had granted me permission to remain close to Haruka Shijoin. Yes. Thank you very much, I exclaimed, unable to contain my elation. Don't misunderstand. Tokamyun-san interjected, a sternness returning to his voice. This is strictly as a friend. I will not tolerate anything beyond that. Of course, I understand. Absolutely. I assured him, my excitement undimmed. There's no way you understand, you fool. He retorted, exasperated as I pumped my fist in victory. Chapter 8. Tea time in her room. With the unexpected mock interview finally over, Tokamyun-san and I made our way to the living room. In this sprawling house, it felt more like a trek between classrooms than a short walk. As we walked, Tokamyun-san muttered, I didn't expect that Mitsurugi brat to be bothering Haruka again. What did he mean by that, huh? Did something happen when they were younger? Haruka-san mentioned you were angry with the Mitsurugi family when she was little. Yes, Tokamyun-san replied, his voice hardening. The Mitsurugi boy got a bit carried away when he met young Haruka at a party and tried to forcibly take her to his house. It was quite the ordeal. Wow, that guy's been a real piece of work ever since he was a kid, huh? Of course, it didn't get that far, but Haruka was terrified. What angered me most was that the boy showed no remorse, and his parents dismissed it as just kids being kids. Since then, we've cut off all non-business relations with the Mitsurugi family. I see. No wonder he was so furious as a parent. Haruka-san said she didn't remember meeting Mitsurugi, but maybe she had unconsciously blocked out the fear from that time. It could easily have become a traumatic memory. By the way, how is Haruka doing at school? Is she enjoying herself? Yes, well, she's so beautiful that she attracts some envy from other girls, but recently there haven't been any issues. She seems to enjoy school events and always has a smile on her face. Although it was a brief exchange, the intense conversation we just had seemed to break down some barriers between Tokamyun-san and me. This was likely a positive change. At the very least, he now acknowledged me as more than just a classmate of his daughter. Speaking of which, she mentioned enjoying yakisoba with you at the cultural festival. Did you often go to local festivals as a family when she was younger? Did she say that? Tokamyun-san slowed his pace, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. When she was young, I was so busy that I couldn't take her out much. The few local festivals we managed to attend as a family were precious times for us. It's heartwarming to know she still cherishes those memories. With a wistful look, reflecting on his daughter's growth, Tokamyun-san spoke with deep emotion. His initial interrogation had thrown me off, but his genuine love for his daughter was truly heartwarming. It was reassuring to know that the father of the girl I cared for so deeply also cherished her just as much. Wait a minute. During the cultural festival, just the two of you? Tokamyun-san's voice suddenly rang out from the living room, breaking the spell of nostalgia. Oh, we finally reached the living room. It felt like a maze. I chuckled nervously, trying to deflect his questioning. Don't try to change the subject, Tokamyun-san exclaimed, his tone sharp. What were you two up to when I wasn't looking? I deftly dodged Tokamyun-san's questions and made a break for the living room, apologizing to her father as I went. Haruka-san rushed toward me the moment I entered, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Did my father say anything horrible to you? She must have been waiting here the entire time I was talking with Tokamyun-san, worrying about me. Her kindness gradually soothed my strained nerves from the intense mock interview. I'm fine. There's nothing for you to worry about. You're drenched in sweat. There's no way you're fine. She was right. I had been sweating bullets, and my shirt was probably still damp. Father. Haruka's voice cut through the air, her tone unusually sharp. Tokamyun-san stammered, Oh, what is it? Haruka, what were you discussing with Nihama-kun for almost an hour? It was just a conversation between men. Even so, it was far too long. And did you properly apologize for rudely saying, who are you? When you arrived home earlier, that. Even the formidable company president was powerless against his adorable yet sternly angry daughter. As I watched this intriguing scene, Tokamyun-san leaned in and whispered to me. Hey, Nihama-kun, help me out here. It would be wise to earn some points with me now. Tokamyun-san whispered urgently. No, I think it's best not to interfere with the discussion between father and daughter. I replied. Why you were sweating bullets just a moment ago, and now you're suddenly acting tough. Maybe all that intimidation wasn't so bad after all. My nerves feel surprisingly steady now. Personally, I understood that his parental instincts drove the interview. But Haruko-san's anger at having her friend suddenly whisked away was justified. He needed to confront that directly. What are you two whispering about? Tell me the truth, father. Haruka demanded. Well, Haruka, you've really started to stand your ground. Tokamiyan-san stammered. It seemed this was the first time Haruka-san had ever openly expressed her anger at home, leaving Tokamiyan-san bewildered. Perhaps it was also the first time she had ever confronted her father so forcefully. Stop dodging the question. If you keep this up, I might start to dislike you, father. The moment she expressed her anger, Tokamiyan-san appeared to suffer a blow akin to an arrow piercing his heart, his entire body trembling in shock. The stern president, who had been so intimidating just moments ago, now looked as though he were about to burst into tears, his legs barely able to support him. Tokamiyan-san truly loves his daughter, doesn't he? Nihama-kun, you must be exhausted. I'm truly sorry for what my husband put you through, Akiko-san said, offering words of comfort. No, it's nothing, really. It seemed both Akiko-san and Haruko-san had been waiting in the living room. Given your bright expression and how casually you're talking with him, could it be? Yes, that's right. I somehow managed to get permission to stay by Haruko-san's side as her friend. No way. You got his approval so quickly? Akiko looked surprised, clearly not expecting this turn of events. How did you do it? Knowing him, he must have been in super intense interview mode. I was planning to tell you to gradually win him over, even if you couldn't speak up this time. Well, I was terrified. And he did criticize me quite a bit. But I desperately put my feelings into words, and somehow, I just barely made it through. It felt like losing a game. Any normal high school student would have been crushed by Tokamiyan's intensity, but drawing on my experience as a corporate drone, I forced my way through. Wow, you really are amazing, she said. I knew Haruka brought you here for a reason, but I didn't expect this level of talent from a high school student. Well, I responded a bit sheepishly. Even Tokamiyan-san said I lacked a carefree spirit often typical of someone my age. Despite looking 16, I possessed the maturity of an older man. Without that cheat-level wisdom, no typical high schooler could have survived that intense interview. Nihama-kun, Haruko-san interrupted, clearly annoyed with her father. We were about to have tea, but if we stay here, my father might say something embarrassing again. Let's go somewhere else. Tokamiyan-san, chastised by his daughter, stared dejectedly at the floor, his earlier intensity completely gone. Haruka, that's fine, Akiko-san replied, but which room are you thinking of using? Since it's a special occasion, Haruka declared, I'll show him my room. What? Tokamiyan-san and I exclaimed simultaneously. Her room? My mind flashed to the space where she undoubtedly changed clothes, relaxed, and maybe even slept. Wait. Tokamiyan-san protested. Haruka, you're a high school student now, so you should stop acting so innocently. Bringing a boy into your room is not allowed. Hush, let's keep quiet. Tokamiyan-san, Akiko-san's arm snaked around his neck from behind, silencing him in a swift chokehold before another word could escape. You two go on ahead, Akiko-san said cheerfully. I'll handle him. Turning her attention to Fuayu Izumi-san lingering in the corner, she added, Oh, Fuayu Izumi-san, tea and snacks in Haruka's room, please. Certainly, Akusan-sama, Fuayu Izumi-san replied smoothly, unfazed by Tokamiyan-san's ongoing struggle and the muffled protests against Akiko-san's iron grip. Haruka tugged at my arm excitedly. Thank you, mother. Let's go, Nihama-kun. I managed a hesitant okay. As I observed the president of a major corporation squirm helplessly under his wife's expert hold, it was a stark reminder of the true power dynamic within this household. In that moment, it dawned on me, no matter the wealth or status, the fundamental law of humanity remained clear. Women wield a strength all their own. Section. Apart from the anxiety of my interview with Tokimyon-san, a different kind of unease washed over me. I found myself seated in Shijoin-san's bedroom, a place I had only dreamed of entering. Stepping into the Shijoin household felt like a fantasy, but being inside Shijoin-san's actual room was beyond surreal. The room, easily 4 times the size of my own, boasted high-quality furnishings, yet nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Still, my imagination took flight. I saw Shijoin-san hunched over this very desk, cramming for finals, or curled up with a light novel. On a lazy weekend, I pictured her waking in that inviting double bed, rubbing sleep from her eyes, reaching for her uniform in the closet, and after a bath, she'd be right here, in this room, completely. What was I thinking? Shijoin-san had innocently invited me in, and here I was, with my mind in the gutter. I couldn't help it. Simply being in the space where she lived her daily life sent my mind reeling in inappropriate directions. Nihama-kun. You seem awfully nervous. Shijoin-san's voice broke through my reverie. She tilted her head, her expression as pure and innocent as ever, oblivious to my internal turmoil. Well, this is my first time in a girl's room, I stammered. Really? She replied, puzzled, but it's no different from the living room. This isn't just any room, it's Shijoin-san's, where she begins and ends each day, making it more special than anywhere else. Shijoin-san is always so pure-hearted, but her cluelessness in this moment makes me feel like the biggest pervert on the planet. A soft knock broke my spiraling thoughts, and Izumi-san entered, pushing a serving cart adorned with an apron. The surrealism of the scene struck me. It was like stepping into an anime, a girl addressed as My Lady in modern-day Japan. Thank you, Izumi-san. I'll take care of the tea. Haruka responded. Understood. Just be careful not to spill anything, okay? Oh, I'll be fine. I wouldn't make such a clumsy mistake in front of a guest. The exchange between Izumi-san, who sounded like a caring older sister, and Shijoin-san warmed my heart. The staff here must truly enjoy their work environment. Well then, excuse me. Oh, and Nihama-sama, Izumi-san added. Why yes? I stammered, taken aback by being addressed so directly. She leaned in close and whispered softly. A little boldness is acceptable, as long as you respect boundaries. What? Did I just hear that correctly? Please enjoy your time, she said, bowing gracefully and leaving the room while I stood there, stunned. So, the household staff, along with Akiko-san, weren't opposed to me getting closer to Shijoin-san. In fact, they were actually encouraging it. Here you go, Nihama-kun. It's my favorite blend, Shijoin-san said. While I was processing everything, she had already set the table for our tea. The elegant bone china cups were filled with fragrant tea, and the accompanying sweets looked equally exquisite. Wow, this is amazing. It's almost too beautiful to eat, I exclaimed. The sweets were a masterpiece, a fruit tart, handmade by Shijoin-san. Strawberries, blueberries, kiwi, melon, and peaches were piled high, resembling a treasure chest overflowing with jewels. I wondered what kind of sweets would bring someone joy. I thought something bright and cheerful would be nice, so I made a fruit tart. But I wasn't sure if boys liked this kind of dessert. No, it's perfect. It's really beautiful, just like the lavish lunch. The presentation was stunning, but what touched me most was the thought and effort she had put into making it for me. I was so moved that I felt tears welling up, threatening to spill over if I didn't maintain my composure. I had overeaten at lunch and was feeling full, but with some time and my fast metabolism, I could easily handle dessert. Having a high schooler's digestion is amazing. Hey, Shijoin-san, did you happen to prepare more than one dessert? I asked hesitantly. No, I wanted to make more, but my mother and Izumi-san stopped me, saying, the lunch was more than enough. So I only made this one. Oh no, is it not enough? She replied anxiously. No, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is just the right amount, I reassured her. Seeing Shijoin-san visibly relax and pat her chest in relief after my reassurance, I couldn't help but feel relieved as well. One more colossal dessert, and I might have had to throw in the towel. Well then, I said, taking a bite. Let's enjoy. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. With each bite of the tart she had served, the sweetness and tartness of the various fruits harmonized perfectly with the cream, creating an absolutely delightful flavor. I'm so happy you're enjoying it, Shijoin-san beamed, her eyes sparkling as she watched me savor each bite. As I enthusiastically enjoyed the tart, Shijoin-san watched me with a radiant smile. This is delicious. She's adorable. I'm so happy. What is this place? Everything here makes me happy. The enchanting aroma of the tea and the sweet treat crafted by a kind and beautiful girl smiling right before me made this place feel like a slice of heaven. Nahama-kun, I'm truly sorry about my father. I invited you to thank you for the study session, but it turned out so awkwardly. Shijoin-san suddenly apologized, setting down her fork. Her face was filled with genuine remorse, as if she believed I had been deeply offended. Haha, well, it did catch me off guard to suddenly have to talk with Tokamiya-san, but honestly, he's a truly great father. Huh? I'm not just saying that because he's your father. I sincerely mean it. Even though he's busy with work, he cares deeply about his family and even took the time to listen to a mere high school student like me. Sure, his decision to spring a full-on mock interview on a high schooler wasn't exactly ideal, but I couldn't help but develop a sense of respect for him. He managed to balance his love for his daughter with his demanding work, making him an admirable figure in my eyes. So, don't worry about it. Yes, he was a bit intimidating at first, but after we talked for a while, he was actually quite friendly, and I enjoyed our conversation. In truth, saying a bit intimidating was an understatement. It was more like facing a formidable challenge. But I didn't want to worry her further. Ah, really? If you and my father got along, then I'm relieved. By the way, he was curious about how you're doing at school. He was? Well, I don't mind if you tell him, but lately all my stories might revolve around you, Nihama-kun. Well, try focusing on yourself a bit more, okay? Imagining Tokamiya-san's displeasure growing with each mention of my name, I broke into a cold sweat and gently suggested she tone down the stories about me. Is that? I mused, taking a sip of tea and glancing around. In one corner of the room stood an impressive bookshelf with glass doors, revealing a collection of familiar book spines. Wow, your entire bookshelf is filled with light novels. That's quite a collection. Yes, she replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Ever since I discovered light novels, my collection just seems to keep growing. Didn't you say you read about 40 books a month? I asked, glancing around. It looks like you have even more than that here. Well, after passing the semester exams, I decided to reward myself by buying a lot of classics like The Bells of Heaven's Star, The Cat in the Harp, Prison Jacket, and many others. All of them were masterpieces and quite substantial volumes. It must be nice to be able to purchase the entire series at once. But I couldn't help but wonder how she'd react if she knew that some of those series would remain incomplete 14 years in the future. I recommended them, I admitted, but I didn't expect you to get so hooked. It's nostalgic, isn't it? I remember our first conversation so vividly. Nihama-kun, Shijoin-san reminisced with a gentle smile. She had approached me, the brooding student, while searching for a highly rated light novel in the library. That was our first encounter with Shijoin-san, a memory that felt like a lifetime ago. I vividly recall how my thoughts swirled around her, how I tossed and turned in bed that night, filled with an intoxicating excitement. I never imagined I would come to rely on you so much, Nihama-kun. Since that day, Shijoin-san expressed, her voice warm with gratitude. Thanks to you, this semester has been filled with joy. I'm truly grateful I chose that school. By the way, why did you choose to attend a regular school like ours, Shijoin-san? I never had the chance to ask before. It was my decision. Many of my relatives attend prestigious all-girls schools, but I've always felt uncomfortable in such environments. Those places often emphasize family background and wealth. And I couldn't relate to those conversations, she explained. I see. Even if it's not as extreme as that idiot Mitsurugi, schools where wealthy kids gather tend to foster elitist competition. For someone as pure and genuine as Shijoin-san, it would be an unsuitable environment. So, even though I enrolled in a regular high school, I couldn't make any close friends. There was always this distance. Everyone kept their distance from me. It's not that the girls were intentionally mean, they were likely intimidated by her. Just as many boys viewed Shijoin-san as an unattainable flower, the girls probably found her distant and unapproachable due to her wealth, status as an heiress, beauty, and popularity with boys. That's why it meant so much to me, Nihama-kun, that you went out of your way to befriend me, she said warmly. Shijoin-san. The initial reason I had approached Shijoin-san was to protect her from the tragic future I had witnessed. Now, I had another reason. I cared for her. Knowing that my actions had positively impacted her heart was immensely rewarding. Oh, but lately Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san have been very kind to me as well. It's thanks to the connections you helped create, Nihama-kun. No, the real matchmaker here was the Takoyaki, wasn't it? I quipped. Ha ha ha, that's true. I'll always remember those challenging times whenever I see Takoyaki. She laughed. The girl I loved beamed, as if a magnificent flower had bloomed. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How could someone be so kind and pure-hearted? Beautiful, gentle, and warm. She could easily be mistaken for an angel. Oops. Lost in my admiration, I clumsily dropped a bit of custard cream from the tart onto my chest. Oh, don't move. Let me take care of that, Shijoin-san offered, quickly rising to grab a few wet tissues from the corner of the room. Huh? Her movements were so natural I could only sit and watch. Hold still, okay? Eek. An unintentionally girlish yelp escaped my lips. Shijoin-san leaned in close, her hand reaching out to wipe the custard cream off my shirt. She's so close. Shijoin-san's face is right above my chest. Not only could I feel the touch of her hand through the wet tissue, but her ample chest was dangerously close to mine. She occupied this intimate space with such ease that all I could do was blush furiously. There, all cleaned up. You should send it to the cleaners later, she said, looking up, and then, our eyes met. We were mere inches apart, and the closeness caused us both to freeze. Realizing our closeness, Shijoin-san's face flushed crimson. Whether it was embarrassment from her actions or the sudden awareness of being so close to the opposite sex, I couldn't tell, but undoubtedly, we were both acutely aware of each other. Facing each other with flustered expressions, we were too shy to speak or move. She smells so sweet. My head swam. Her face was so close I could clearly see her breath and inhale her fragrance. In this room filled with her scent, my rational thoughts began to dissolve. If I reach out now, I could hold her. The urge to touch her, to hold her, to confess my feelings and have her all to myself grew stronger. Unconsciously, my hand began to rise, moving towards her of its own accord. But then, something caught my eye. The door to the room was slightly ajar. Through the narrow gap, a pair of bloodshot eyes glared intensely at us. Eek. What is it, Nihama-kun? Shijoin-san turned and screamed at the sudden horror emerging from the door. How dare you? You've already crossed the line. The door creaked open, revealing a furious Tokamyun-san. Tokamyun-san's face was a mask of fury, veins throbbing at his temples. His expression screamed, "I'll kill you." Just as I suspected, he roared. Caught red-handed, behaving inappropriately in my own house. You insolent brat, hold it right there. Akiko-san's voice cut through the air as she appeared behind her husband, swiftly locking him in a headlock. I warned you that barging into your daughter's room uninvited would only push her further away. Let go, Akiko. Tokamyun-san sputtered. A boy in my daughter's room is unacceptable. I won't stand for it as her father. Oh, please. Akiko-san retorted, her voice playful yet exasperated. You were the one sneaking into my room when you were young. You're such a nuisance. Tokamyun, always ruining the mood. As the elegant wife and the astute businessman wrestled fiercely in front of their daughter's room, their argument escalated. Akiko-san, with her surprising strength, seemed to have the upper hand. Tokamyun-san, rendered speechless by his wife's grip, could only manage a muffled Even silenced, his glare sent chills down my spine. Finally, some peace, Akiko-san sighed. Mother, why are you both in my room? Shijoin-san questioned, her normally gentle demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic sternness. It was clear she was not pleased. Sorry. Akiko-san chuckled nervously. He slipped away from me. Just ignore us and carry on with whatever you were doing. We're not even here. That's impossible, I blurted out, unable to contain my frustration any longer. Caught between Akiko-san's hopeful gaze and Tokamiya-san's burning glare, I delivered my most forceful response of the day. Honestly, this family is one of a kind. Epilogue. My battle report made my sister laugh until it hurt. Upon returning home after the exhausting ordeal with the Shijoin family, I found my sister in the living room, transformed into a giggling maniac. Bwahahaha. Are you serious? You confessed your feelings to her parents before telling her? Oh my god, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Annoyed by her constant teasing, I started telling her about the Shijoins, but before I could even get to the part about Tokamiya-san's grilling, she was on the floor, laughing like crazy. I had no choice. Akiko-san and Tokamiya-san cornered me. Especially Tokamiya-san. If I'd tried to hide my feelings out of fear, I would have regretted betraying my own heart. I get that. But still, a casual dinner turned into a marriage interview. And declaring your love to her overprotective father. It's just too much. Ahahaha. Geez. I can't believe she's laughing at the most stressful moment of my life. Yes, I told him over and over. I love Haruko-san, including her angry face. And I am confident that my feelings for wanting to be by her side are second to none. Stop. Ahahaha. I can't breathe. As I continued fanning the flames, Kanako convulsed on the floor, laughing as if she'd eaten a hallucinogenic mushroom. I had to admit, if it was someone else's story, I'd be laughing too. That was hilarious. I laughed so hard I thought I might die. Your love life is more entertaining than any comedy show. Hey, I've told you before, I'm not dating for your amusement. Sorry. But seriously, surviving the interrogation from her dad was a major victory. Yeah, even though he only acknowledged me as a friend, I'm still shocked I made it out alive. Tokamiya-san didn't think a high schooler could pull that off. He was amazed and kind of annoyed, like, who is this kid? But nothing happened with Shijoin-san. You just shared a meal? Not exactly. After Tokamiya-san's interview, Shijoin-san and I shared some tea alone in her room. We were so close I could feel her breath. Her scent was intoxicating, and next thing I knew, my arm was around her. Just as things were getting cozy, Tokamiya-san appeared in the doorway with a murderous glare, and the mood was instantly killed. No way. It was terrifying. He may have accepted me to some extent, but anything involving Shijoin-san was off limits. His daughter was his world. That's so unfair. If Tokamiya-san hadn't shown up, you might have actually sealed the deal. By the way, Akiko-san also barged in to restrain her husband. Why do rich people seem to attract so many weirdos? I've often wondered the same thing, I remarked. Even Shijoin-san, an absolute angel in my eyes, had her quirks that made you question if she was truly normal. What a pity. That's where your love story came to an end. It was getting late, so I had to take my leave, I explained. Shijoin-san flashed me a somewhat wistful smile. See you at school, she said. Akiko-san's eyes sparkled as she said, please come again soon. You absolutely must. Then, with a hint of menace, Tokamiya-san added, remember, if you forget your manners next time, you'll regret it. Despite his warning, I had no intention of backing down. I had overcome a significant obstacle, and I was determined to get closer to Shijoin-san, no matter the cost. Akiko-san's stories painted a picture of Tokamiya-san's wild youth, making me want to call out his hypocrisy. Apparently, the head of the Shijoin family had once scaled the house wall to see Akiko-san after being told to stay away and even crashed one of her arranged marriages, causing complete chaos. It sounded like something out of a movie. Hey, what are you writing? Kanako asked, peering over my shoulder. Oh, this? It's a thank you letter to the Shijoin family for their hospitality, I replied. Wow, Ana-chan. You're so thoughtful, not at all like someone your age. She exclaimed. Lately I've been hearing that not like someone your age line way too often, especially since visiting the Shijoins. But these things are important, right? When you can't just send a quick email, you need to express your gratitude in a more personal way. A handwritten letter shows you put in more effort than a digital message, making it more meaningful to the recipient. That's all well and good, Kaneko said, switching into her romance advisor mode. But don't let up on your pursuit, Ana-chan. I don't know how Shijoin-san truly feels about you. But if she didn't care, she wouldn't have invited you over. If she was merely being polite, a gift would have sufficed. There's definitely hope. This is a promise from the most popular girl in middle school and your loving sister, Kaneko. Oh, when you say it, it does sound convincing. Despite being only 14, Kaneko's romantic experience far surpassed mine. So, aim to lose your virginity this season. It might be Everest high for you. But the higher the goal, the better. That's incredibly rude. And for the record, stop saying virginity, Kaneko giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Just trust your little sister, Ana-chan. Love's a battlefield, and I'm your strategist. Oh, and by the way, my sister added with a mischievous grin, you should probably avoid slipping a condom into your wallet just in case. One of my friend's boyfriends dropped his condom while paying at a cafe, and it was a mild disaster. I would never do that, I exclaimed. You're deliberately steering the conversation into a dirty direction to tease me, aren't you? TSK, she chuckled. For an older brother, you sure are sharp. As we continued our usual sibling banter, the debriefing session with my sister came to an end. The new season was approaching, leaving just a hint of apprehension in the air. Epilogue. A few steps forward, and summer arrives. It was late afternoon after school. Shijoin-san and I were in the library, working together as library committee members. There's just something about light novels with cool protagonists, she exclaimed. I recently binge-read Sorcerer Orphan, and it was amazing. Yeah, he's awesome. I agreed. The lines when he fights his past self in Volume 5 really hit me. I loved it. Yes, exactly. That volume was my favorite too. Shijoin-san agreed, her eyes sparkling. Sitting across from each other at the library table, we were enjoying our usual light novel discussions during a break from our committee duties. This was the perfect blend of hobby and romance for me, and under normal circumstances, I would be content to simply revel in this happiness. However, today was different. Today, I had a mission to accomplish during this break. I have to ask her out today. There's no turning back. Trying to calm my racing heart, I searched for the right moment. What I needed to say was simple, and now that we could chat casually, it wouldn't be awkward at all. I just needed to ask her one question. I should have asked sooner. When I mentioned that I hadn't yet, everyone gave me a hard time. I recalled the exasperated expressions of my friends. What? You haven't asked her out yet? What are you waiting for, Ana-chan? Seriously? After getting so close, how could you not have asked her yet? You've had plenty of opportunities. You still haven't asked her out? Is this a joke? These were the encouraging words of my sister Kaneko, Jinji-kun, Kazumihara-san, and Fujihashi-san. Objectively speaking, they were right, and it was my fault for not taking the initiative. That's precisely why today was the day. Just spit it out. Ask Shijoin-san for her email address and phone number. That was the task that had been gnawing at me. Until now, I had always seen Shijoin-san at school. Whether for study sessions or library duties, we could always coordinate since we were in the same class. There had been no real need for further contact information, but when we arranged to meet at the Shijoin residence, I realized I didn't even know her email address. With the semester ending soon and summer vacation approaching, not exchanging phone numbers and email addresses before the closing ceremony would mean losing touch for nearly a month. That realization hit me hard. If we weren't on friendly terms, asking would feel like a blatant move. But since Shijoin-san now considers me a friend, there shouldn't be any problem. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the question, but my nerves got the better of me. Shijoin-san was still animatedly discussing light novels, completely oblivious to my inner turmoil. It was now or never. I had to seize the moment before my courage disappeared once again. "That's right," I mumbled, my voice barely audible. In my past life, I had never once asked a girl for her email address. My inexperienced mind was spinning in circles. But dwelling on it wouldn't get me anywhere. Well, Shijoin-san, email, Nahama-kun. This might seem sudden, but if you don't mind, could we exchange email addresses, huh? My voice, which had come out as a pathetic squeak, was completely drowned out by Shijoin-san's simultaneous request. For a moment, I couldn't process what had just happened and simply stared at her in stunned amazement. "I am sorry. It might be a bit surprising for me to say something like this out of the blue, but I've been thinking about it all day while we were talking." Oblivious to my shock, Shijoin-san shyly twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. "Actually, I recently exchanged addresses with Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san, and I was hoping I could do the same with you, Nihama-kun. Would that be okay?" Like a child eagerly asking for a present, Shijoin-san's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink as she looked up at me with wide, hopeful eyes. "Oh, wow. How could anyone resist to look like that?" Being asked so cutely for my email address made my heart skip a beat. Moreover, I noticed a flicker of anxiety in her eyes, as if she was worried about being rejected. This vulnerable side of her pierced straight through my heart. Of course, there was only one possible answer. But I couldn't just simply agree. I needed to express my own feelings as well. "What a coincidence," I said, a small smile playing on my lips. "To be honest, I was just about to ask you the same thing." "What?" "Really?" Realizing that we had both been searching for the right moment to ask each other, Shijoin-san's eyes widened in surprise. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. The fact that we were both thinking the same thing at the same time made me wonder if we were more alike than I had realized. "So, let me ask you again. Would you exchange email addresses with me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, absolutely," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with pure joy. Her innocent smile filled my heart with an overwhelming sense of happiness. It's amazing that we both wanted to exchange addresses at the same time. It feels like our hearts are connected, doesn't it?" I said, teasing her gently. "Yeah," she replied softly, her cheeks tinged with pink. Her words sent my heart racing once again. The fact that she could so effortlessly say our hearts are connected was so characteristic of Shijoin-san. I never imagined I'd make so many friends to exchange addresses within such a short time, she said, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I'm finally starting to feel less lonely." "Huh?" "Oh." Her cheerful smile brought to mind something she had mentioned at the Shijoin residence. She had talked about having superficial relationships with people since entering high school, but never truly connecting with anyone. "Could it be that you haven't exchanged contact information with any friends before?" I asked tentatively. "Yes," she admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "It's a little embarrassing to say, but it's true. Even in my first year, I only managed to have surface-level conversations with the other girls in class. While everyone around me was exchanging addresses, I was the only one left out." "Ha ha," she said with a wistful laugh, but I noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes as she recalled those lonely days. In reality, being excluded from exchanging contact information with classmates is like being ostracized from the social circle. Though she spoke lightly of it, it was easy to imagine how painful it must have been. In manga and light novels, high school girls quickly become best friends, but real life is harsher. Seeing my address book filled only with family contacts used to make me feel so lonely. "It was that bad, huh?" I murmured, feeling a pang of empathy. It's common for those with low social skills to struggle with making friends, but the opposite, having such refined social skills, beauty, and a prestigious family background that it deters others from exchanging contact information, is quite rare. But this meant that despite feeling isolated, Shijoin-san had always approached me and others with a bright, cheerful smile. Could she be a saint? So, When Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san suggested exchanging email addresses the other day, I was so happy that I started crying, which made them panic a lot. She confessed with a sheepish grin. That would definitely make anyone panic. Although I knew Shijoin-san had a wide social circle, the fact that she felt lonely due to the lack of contacts in her phone was surprising. Perhaps that's why she cherished the sense of unity and camaraderie in our class so deeply. Well then, let's exchange contact information right away, I said, eager to solidify our newfound connection. Why yes, let's do it, she agreed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We brought our phones together and, using a nostalgic infrared transfer method rarely seen in the age of smartphones, exchanged our email addresses with each other. Hee. Now I have 3 friends' addresses, Shijoin-san declared with a triumphant smile. Life is starting to feel really fun. Seeing Shijoin-san's joyful face made me feel not only accomplished but also as if I had done something truly meaningful. Oh, but you might be a bit special, huh? After all, besides my father, you're the first boy I've ever added to my contacts, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with a rosy blush. Ah, I stammered, my heart pounding in my chest. Once again, she was probably unaware of the impact of her words. To hear myself called the first boy in her contacts was almost too much for a pure-hearted high school boy like me to handle. Actually, you're the first girl I've added to my contacts, too, aside from family, I confessed. Wow, really? That's such an honor, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. It was clear from her expression that she genuinely meant it, not just saying it out of politeness. For me, it was an honor to hear those words from her. But, I'm really glad, she said, her voice filled with warmth. With a look of pure contentment, Shijoin-san spoke, her voice brimming with joy. While her earlier carefree smile had been endearing, this gentler smile held a hint of maturity that sent a different kind of thrill through me. I always thought I could see you at school, Nahama-kun, she continued, but then I realized summer vacation is coming soon. So, being able to exchange contact information like this makes me incredibly happy. Shijoin-san, our eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between us. We both yearned for the same thing. This whole semester, she began, her voice filled with warmth, I've been so fortunate to spend time with you, Nahama-kun. You've been incredibly kind to me, and I've had so much fun. You've truly brought light and joy into my life. Her words, spoken with utter sincerity, filled me with a warmth that mirrored her own. Her voice, perhaps the most beautiful in the world, captivated me completely. Different seasons will come, and time will continue to flow. But now, even if we're in different places, we can still talk to each other, she continued, her voice filled with a quiet joy. That thought brings me both happiness and comfort. Even during the school break, my connection with you, Nahama-kun, will remain strong. Holding her phone, which now had my number and email registered, Shijoin-san hugged it to her chest and caressed it lovingly, as if it were a precious treasure. Let's text and talk a lot, Nahama-kun, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Promise. We'll be friends forever, okay? With her long, glossy black hair gently swaying in the breeze from the window, the girl I loved smiled like a flower in full bloom. Ah, of course, I replied, my voice filled with warmth. Let's stay close, Shijoin-san. As I spoke, I realized that my feelings for her had deepened, and I couldn't help but smile at the intensity of my emotions. We had taken a small step forward, and it felt like a new season was beginning. A season that, in my past life, I had wasted away in solitude and regret. But in this life, it felt like something truly special was about to blossom. A summer filled with warmth and excitement was about to begin. Short story, I'm just asking for your email address. I, Haruka Shijoin, have always had few friends. For a high school girl, having tons of friends' email addresses in your phone is practically a given. Yet, mine remain empty, used mostly for contact and family and our housekeeper. Recently, however, something incredible happened. Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san, whom I became close to during the school festival, suggested we exchange email addresses. The overwhelming joy of seeing new friends' addresses on my phone brought me to tears. The thought of finally breaking free from my lonely existence as a high school girl filled me with genuine happiness. But my desires grew, and my heart yearned for something more. I desperately want to exchange email addresses with Nahama-kun, too. That night, while gazing at my cell phone on my bed, I whispered to myself about the classmate who had recently started talking to me more often. He was the boy who had recently visited my house, and we had a great time together, perhaps the closest male friend I'd ever had. Before summer began, I definitely wanted to exchange contact information with him. I longed for a way to remain connected even when we were apart. While my heart was resolute, finding the courage to ask was the real challenge. With Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san, they had initiated the exchange, but this time, I had to take the first step. It shouldn't have been such a big deal. Yet the mere thought of it sent a wave of nervousness through me. But if I remain silent out of fear, nothing will change. I'll be trapped in the same lonely pattern. With a deep breath, I made up my mind. Tomorrow, I'll gather my courage and ask Nahama-kun to exchange contact information. Section. The lines when he fights his past self in Volume 5 really hit me. I loved it, Nahama said. Yes, exactly. That volume was my favorite too, I replied. The following day, after school, we found ourselves in the library once again. We had a pleasant conversation after wrapping up our library committee duties. Nahama-kun seemed a little different today, calmer and more composed, making our conversations even more enjoyable. Especially when it came to our shared passion for light novels. We couldn't seem to stop talking. No. Why am I still chatting like this? I completely forgot about yesterday's resolution. I got carried away with talking when I had resolved to ask him yesterday. I suddenly snapped out of my reverie, remembering the goal I was supposed to achieve today. Just before entering the library, my thoughts were consumed by the idea of asking to exchange addresses, but as soon as we started talking, it completely slipped my mind. The end of the school day was fast approaching, leaving little time. I could always ask him tomorrow, but if I kept postponing, my resolve would surely crumble. I knew this, yet I just couldn't bring myself to say it. Why is this so difficult? It's just asking for an email address and phone number. Considering how close we've become, it shouldn't be a big deal. It was strange when I thought about it. If I had been the one to suggest exchanging addresses with Kazumihara-san and Fujihashi-san, I wouldn't have felt this nervous. Yet, when it came to Nahama-kun, I couldn't shake the anxiety and hesitation. What if he said no? What if I was the only one who felt this connection, and he gently let me down? Though I didn't truly believe that would happen, the mere thought of it made my heart ache. I trembled at the possibility of facing that kind of rejection. Do friends always have to grapple with such fear when asking for contact information? Everyone else seems to do it so easily. At least, I'd never witnessed anyone needing to brace themselves before asking for a friend's contact information. So why was I the only one struggling so much? But I can't keep backing down simply because I'm scared. Before me was a boy who always greeted me with a warm smile and kind words. My desire to deepen our friendship was genuine. So, I had to summon the courage. If I remained silent out of fear, nothing would change. That was a lesson I had learned from this very boy. Facing Nahama-kun, who for some reason seemed lost in thought, I took a deep breath. Leaning forward, I steadied myself and opened my mouth, determined to express my feelings clearly. Nahama-kun. This might seem sudden, but... And so, I took a step forward. I yearned to deepen the happiness that had taken root in my daily life since we started spending time together. To nurture this precious bond, I gathered my courage. And when I discovered that Nahama-kun had been about to suggest the same thing to me, all my inner turmoil melted away, replaced instantly by a warm, comforting joy. Afterward, thank you very much for purchasing the second volume of The Revenge of My Youth, my real life with a girl who was too much of an angel. To those of you still pondering at the bookstore, don't hesitate. Grab a copy and head straight to the register. If you even remotely enjoyed the first volume, I assure you won't be disappointed. When I first published this work on the web, I never expected it to continue for long. So when the first volume was released, I was really nervous. This story blends a unique mix of elements, a corporate slave, time travel, and romantic comedy, and I was worried about whether it would resonate with readers. However, thanks to the overwhelming positive reception, I'm thrilled that we've made it to the second volume. I take this as a sign that the story's unconventional style has been embraced. I've also received quite a few comments about the stark depictions of the toxic workplace, with readers wondering if it's based on my own experiences or commenting on the darkness they perceive in the writing. It brought a wry smile to my face. Rest assured, while my spirit may be slightly dimmed, I'm still very much alive and well. On a brighter note, there's been a surge of successful romantic comedies lately. My editor tells me we're in the midst of a rom-com boom, which is quite nostalgic for me. During my student days, romantic comedies and slice-of-life stories were all the rage, with many being adapted into anime. With the rise of web novels and the dominance of fantasy novels, it feels like things have come full circle with this new wave of rom-coms. Romantic comedies vary greatly in style and concept, but the core element is always to make the reader's heart flutter through the romance with the heroine. However, in this second volume, there's a curious abundance of male characters. To put it bluntly, the unexpected popularity of Tokaiman Shijoin in the web version particularly took me by surprise. A romantic comedy that stirs up reactions with a man in his 50s. That's quite the niche genre, wouldn't you agree? Regardless, the upcoming summer arc in the next volume is going to be quite the sweet treat, with a heavy focus on romance. Our former middle-aged protagonist, Nishihama, will experience a dreamlike summer he never had in his previous life. Now, let's move on to the heartfelt gratitude portion of this afterword. To my editor at Sneaker Bunko, Anibitsuki-sama, thank you for your patience and understanding during times when I had personal matters that made it difficult to dedicate time to writing. I sincerely apologize for any delays caused by my slow progress. To the talented illustrator, Tandon-sama, thank you once again for your beautiful artwork. I was deeply moved when I discovered the prologue's Haruka illustration you drew for the first volume on social media. And to all the readers who have supported me online and those who picked up this book, I extend my deepest gratitude. Oh dear, it seems I have some space left over. Guess I'll just ramble a bit to fill it up. How am I supposed to write a light novel while working 7 hours of overtime? Everyone's raving about Elden Ring, but I'm stuck here typing away like some ancient relic. Do young people even know what a typewriter is anymore? I still have Super Robot Wars 30 waiting to be played, too. And why can't I win a PS5 lottery? It shouldn't be this hard to buy a game console. Scalpers, you need to vanish. Phew, now that I've gotten that out of my system, it's time to bid you farewell. I sincerely hope to see you all again in the third volume of The Revenge of My Youth, my real life with a girl who was too much of an angel. Yoji Kano. End of Volume 2.